Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round number 5 of the Virtual Endurance Championship here on rFactor 2. Rachel Whiteford bringing you the action from today for as long as we'll be live with the commentary. Qualifying going to be getting underway here, and we expect it will be the GTLM cars heading out first for their qualifying session here. 20 minutes, of course, for the GTLM cars, with a 40-minute session for LMP2 and LMP1. Weather reports we've had so far are looking favourable. Skies should be relatively clear for this one, unlike the torrential round we had at Suzuka. Everyone remembers that rather changeable qualifying session we had as the GTLM cars do in fact roll out, and it's several Corvettes first. Very changeable weather we saw, of course, in that qualifying session at Suzuka. Wet, then drying, which made things interesting, of course, and finally wet again with a wet race for the duration. There's all contact between Prada and Bioti, I believe that was, actually pulling into the fast lane on pit road. So a good start for those guys, if that's what they were going for. I'm hoping it wasn't, but stewards might end up having an eye on that one, because you're not meant to make contact on pit road itself. Good afternoon to everybody watching, of course, tuning in to the stream. Qualifying is underway. Clock is winding down on the session, of course. Looking like a 45-minute session total, actually, at the moment. Let's take a look at who's out on track at the moment, of course. LMP1 cars are not for this session, of course. Take a look at some of our drivers. No times coming into the books yet, but drivers are going to be starting to come around on this first test lap here at Sepang International Circuit here in Malaysia. Of course, track on the Formula 1 schedule, and a fantastic track for racing in general, especially endurance racing. Tricky track there with a lot of flowing corners, not many very long straights, and of course could hamper the already beleaguered Nissan teams in this event. Those teams already suffered somewhat with very terrible wet weather conditions we saw at Suzuka. Very demoralised teams there from the Nissan factory entries. Of course, Porsche and Audi dominating qualifying and the race in that previous round. A little bit of information for you, of course. The track length today, round number 5, Sepang, is 5.543 kilometres. Forecast is looking positive from what we've seen. So we'll take a quick look at the Malaysia weather, if we can. 27.6 degrees Celsius, mostly cloudy, with a light variable wind. Feels like about 30 Celsius, and the prediction is no rain for today's events. Good visibility and good conditions, so a little humid, but it is of course Malaysia. This sort of thing does happen. We are actually registering a 30% chance of rain, but it's looking unlikely from what we have seen so far. Time's starting to come in on the board. And right now it is the car of Martin Furman, who's currently looking like he's in a very strong spot. Have a quick look at these times. They're showing up on your screen for you. Kuba Brzezinski sitting in second place, Nico Barkley and Risto Capit fourth place, George Mantukis in fifth place at the moment for the 19 team. Trying to sort out our numbers at the moment, folks, so just bear with us. Apparently I'm looking at LMP1 cars, so yes I am, because the timing and scoring is showing weird people, so let's just bear with that one for a moment. It's currently Alexandro Push sitting on the lead for the LMGT class. He's on his fast lap at the moment. We've not actually had any completions of those laps, so we'll see. No, we've had our first one. George Lee Barros is currently up there with also Christian Fage. Those times have come in now. We've tried to get those times running in, so it's Fage, Barros, Almeida, and I believe Cannonstract. Numbers starting to come in now for qualifying. We'll leave you with this one for just a few moments. Just to reiterate the weather forecasting for folks, of course, we do have a 30% chance of rain, but it's not likely, and that is for the duration of the race. So we aren't sure whether we'll see late rain in this event or not, but as things fall into night time, of course, Malaysia weather can get very changeable, so there is a potential chance for some late rain, but it's not something we're expecting at this stage. Of course, we'll keep you updated on that as it comes in. Alessandro Piotti, currently sitting on the GTLM pole at the moment. Up there with a best lap at the moment, 2 minutes .494. Time from him, of course. Behind him it's a 5.77 by Christian Fage. George Lee Barros is there with a 2 minutes .864. So a good spread, really, about 4, 5, 6 tenths between the top 7, 8 drivers here, so good variation we're seeing in the times. Some improvement coming in. We'll keep our eyes on how that one plays through. Alessandro Piotti on a lap at the moment. We'll see if he gets an improvement. We haven't seen one yet from him. Sector's looking consistent. Fage also on a lap now, just starting his first sector. New time by Daniel Almeida. That's a 1:59.941. Huge jump from him. The number 94. Great boost forwards. Almeida pulls that car into the pits. A good time from him, though we're likely to see improvement, of course, as the track heat some rubbers in over the duration of qualifying, so we'll keep our eyes on this timing and scoring as it changes. Improvement by George Lee Barros, also 2 minutes .207 from him, moving him up ahead of Alessandro Piotti. Also, Piotti's lap time hasn't come in yet, still finishing his lap. As Almeida comes back out of pit road, he's going to go for another time again. These times not looking fixed at the moment. No improvement yet from Almeida for the Revolution Racing machine. They're still sitting on pole with a 1:59.941. Although on sector 2 of a lap, we'll have to see what happens with Almeida. Can he make an improvement this time by? Talking Door Racing in second with Jajovski at the moment. 2.138. 2.207 still from Barros. He's not improved that timing yet. No change in Almeida's lap. He is across the line. He's actually pitted that car, so he would have bought his attempt at a run there. So no change for Almeida. Scuderia GT Italia's Piotti has not improved his lap time from that initial 2.494. Not seen any improvements yet from him. The car not moving forwards as much as he would like. believe he is one of the few Ferraris in this race. Though I could be wrong, Scuderia GT Italia is a Corvette, so I am entirely wrong. Seems as though my timing and scoring sheet, folks, used to actually show the car names and manufacturers, but doesn't right now, so I'll settle for having a full list of team names, and well, hopefully that'll do. Just a few minutes left in qualifying for GTLM, folks, for these cars. Right now, Almeida and Revolution Racing looking pretty steady with that 159. So far, the only car to, in fact, break into the 159 bracket. Nobody else has yet to achieve that, so Revolution Racing have certainly done what they need to do at this stage. We'll hopefully see some of the movement in qualifying. Almeida's Corvette there, still out on track, circulating, trying to improve that time should he be beaten, but it's looking pretty stable for now. Running through your current top 10 in GTLM qualifying as the minutes wind down. We're looking at about 3 minutes left on the play clock before we will take a break and then head to your LMP 1 and 2 qualifying. It's Revolution Racing from Talking Door Racing, with Revolution Racing's second car in third, Scuderia GT Italia in fourth, with No Limit Motorsport in fifth, Sim Racing Holland, Dark Racing, Flatline Racing, Texas Squadra Corse, and Rare Endurance is your top 10 at the moment. Out of today's field of 17 GTLM cars. Still no changes in the qualifying positions and times from your forward drivers. Seems as though the track has actually gotten slower over the duration of this dry qualifying session. That will seem to have been an issue. One minute 30 seconds on the clock, and we've still not seen any changes in those times. A minor improvement by Barros down to a 207, but no significant change from him. Certainly no positional changes, of course. GTLM field very spread out so far in this qualifying. Our times vary from 1:59.941 all the way down to a 2:02 so about 2.5 seconds in it for your field of GTLM cars, all the way to the bottom. Last place is presently Atlantic Motorsports with Nikolai behind the wheel. And Bombach from SimHQ Motorsports, he's in 16th, with the second Atlantic Motorsports car currently sitting in 15th, that's Nathan. We'll run through the total finishing positions in just a few seconds once the session comes to an end. Last opportunity for a lap for a number of these drivers in your LMGT class. Race Controls just informed us the checkered flag is out for the GTLM qualifying. Drivers on their current laps may finish, but otherwise return to the pits, and we'll have a 5-minute break before we roll out for your for your LMP qualifying for LMP1 and LMP2. In just a few moments we'll be able to inform you exactly what the final order is here of qualifying in LMGT. Well, that is qualifying in the books for GTLM, and we'll run through your qualifying order as it stands. Almeida of Revolution Racing taking the pole with 1:59.941. Jajovski with Talking Door Racing in second place. Third place, Barros from Revolution Racing. Fourth place, Piotti with Scuderia GT Italia. Ferge and No Limit Motorsports is fifth. Prada and Dark Racing are in sixth place, with Sim Racing for Holland's Offman and Flatline Racing's Bryson. Kenneth Strachey from Texas Squadra Corsi. Faber from 3 Wide Motorsport is in 10th. The rest of those positions should be available for you on the screen. We're going to step away for a few moments before we head back for the start of LMP qualifying. Green flag on LMP 1 and 2 qualifying as the cars will bunch up at the exit of pit road and head out onto the track to begin their qualifying. This is where we'll see the real fast cars from the VEC getting out and getting their qualifying underway. It's a very, very busy pit exit there, seeing as the traffic heads on out. Time for the LMP1 cars to do their thing. Should see drastically more rapid lap times from the Downforce cars now. We'll see what they can do in terms of getting through these very fast sweeping corners. Something the GT cars do struggle with a little bit, but right in the wheelhouse here is a track that was, of course, Herman Tilke designed for Formula 1 cars. So something we'll see here, these very high downforce mode machines should be in their absolute element. The 20-minute session, of course, for your LMP 1 and 2 cars. Mixed qualifying for them, so traffic could become a small issue. We'll see. Cars across the line after their warm-up lap, so we should start seeing qualifying times heading in now for the fast cars as they'll head up, tyres warmed, to start their first flying laps of the qualifying session. First times coming in from the LMP1 cars, and Martin Furman, oh no, passed by Risto Capit, and everyone's coming in with times that are going faster and faster and faster. Risto Capit though from Vodball Racing currently on that pole position, 1 minute 40.740. Nico Barkley of One Arco ECR, or Taco Racing as we're calling them recently. Kuba Brzezinski in third place, Fida Ragnar Motorsports, with Martin Furman from 3 Wide Motorsports in fourth. Fifth place, Adam Taylor from Team Virez. So times are piling in now, and the fan favourites Jake Hall, Evolution Racing's 33 machine, LMP2, currently on the pole for LMP2. They'll be very, very happy. 149.528. Not close to taking the overall pole in the LMP1 and 2 classes, as some people might have suggested, but, well, Mr. Hall might have to pick his game up. Improvement by Nico Barkley up to 141.125. but it's not enough to take the pole away from Risto Capit, who's still sitting pretty on that 40.7. Big lap from Capit. Anthony Jans currently sitting down, I believe, in, well, a pole for LMP2 at the moment. He's a newcomer to Team Spirit Racing, but last season, regular pole sitter in qualifying for the LMP2 class, so I believe he will be one to keep an eye on. Anthony Jans there in that number 10 machine. Should be difficult to beat. In fact, he has actually gotten past, as Lazaros Filipakos has also gone faster than the fan favourite Jake Hall. So Mr. Hall not even looking at the LMP2 pole at the moment. His fans apparently will be very disappointed. Just reading out a bit of a correction there. Apparently was with Team Spirit Racing. Our data is wrong. He's currently with Undercover Racing, so that is Anthony Jans of Undercover Racing. A bit of a correction for us, as Taylor from Team Virez goes provisional pole with a 40.541 ahead of Risto Capit's improved 140.543, so 2 1,000ths separating Taylor and Capit. Team Virez and Vodball Racing very close in qualifying. No changes yet. Otherwise, in qualifying, improvement by Martin Furman ahead of Nico Barkley and Kuba Brzezinski, moving that three-wide motorsports machine up to third place in class in LMB1. Although Brzezinski just goes faster with a 141.042, beating out Furman's 115. Nico Barkley improving to a 125. Christian Michael in sixth place. He is up in Revolution Racing's second entry. Actually, the first entry for them. He's up in the 21 machine in the sixth place. We'll go to our regular LMP2 update. Anthony Jans first with Lazaros Filipakos in second, Jake Hall in third. Augusto Arisas in fourth, with Vincenzo Capella currently sitting in fifth place for Scuderia GT Italia. So we'll keep our eyes on what's going on with your qualifying in LMP2. No changes also in LMP1, as time is counting down on the session. 10 minutes remaining, so half of the session still to play. Plenty of time in the books. Will we see the same early times set in your LMP1 and 2 classes we did in the LMGT class? With the heat of this circuit, it could be that the car and track will only get slower as laps go in. We'll have to keep our eyes on that one. Change in your LMP1 qualifying. Risto Capit heading to the top. 140.514. New improvement. Christian Michael also up to third place. Ahead of Cooper Brzezinski and Nico Barkley, who also improved ahead of Martin Furman, who stays static with a 115. Down in your LMP2, no change for your top 5. All largely in the same order as it is Jans, Filipakos, Paul, Capella and Arias, so we'll keep that one in focus, but LMP1 is where we're seeing the action at the moment. Capit's time very, very quick, but are we going to see a time that drops below a 40.5? That will be the question. Could this be the pole we've seen already from Mr. Capit? Martin Furman to the top, and we said it might be the improvement that sees a pole. Martin Furman with a 140.354, biggest jump in terms of lap times we've seen in a very long time in LMP1. Jumping ahead by 1.5 tenths of a second over Risto Capit's previous best of a 514. And it's a 1.6 tenth improvement for Martin Furman. Huge, huge jump for him. Sees him up to provisional pole with 6 minutes left on the clock, and are we going to see any improvements from the rest of the field? Will this be our pole time? Jimmy Broadbent up to 4th place at a 40.745. An absolutely shocking late qualifying break from the Nissan teams. GNS Endurance 22 machine jumping up to 4th place. That is absolutely huge from that Nissan, which had such a terrible outing last time at Suzuka. Now jumps straight in the mix at a 40.7 ahead of Kuba Brzezinski and Christian Michel. Nico Barkley behind him as well. Big jump by the Nissan. We were not expecting the Nissan to be that fast, but then again, it's Jimmy Broadbent, who is certainly one of the faster drivers in that front-wheel drive Nissan. Things apparently have improved for them. Not allowed to give specifics, but car better after Suzuka is what we're hearing. The car has been improved, so that is a drastic change from what we've seen, and a huge late race qualifying boost there. We hadn't seen a fast lap, but we just saw an absolutely huge one from that 22 car. Martin Furman's time still looking insurmountable. Three minutes left in qualifying right now as Martin Furman still looking solid with that lead, as Risto Capit hasn't improved, Adam Taylor has not improved. No Broadbent jumped up to 4th place. Kuba Brzezinski, Christian Michel, Nico Barkley, George Mantzoukas, Adam Hodgkinson, Kieran Parkin, or top 10 at the moment. Gap about 1 second, 1.4 seconds for your top 10 spread. And it's a late race, late qualifying jump in LMP2 for Anthony Jans. He's improved his time to a 1:30 or 48.151. Lazarus Filipakos and Jake Hall, your top 3 there, with behind them that is Niklas Podobadnik, Vincenzo Capella, Augusto Arras, Pedro De La Garda, and Damien Trape, with Sean Campbell rounding at that top 10 in your LMP2 field. Still no changes though with the last few moments to go in LMP1. Will this be the running order we start the race with? Could we see a Nissan in the top 4? That would be a huge jump. One minute left on the play clock, and we've had no lap time differences yet. No one has managed to go fast enough to improve their times. Oh no, they have. Adam Taylor jumps up to 3rd. Jimmy Broadbent will stay in 4th. No, those times have not changed. Broadbent's actually gone faster, as has Brzezinski, pushing Michel down to 6th. So improvements from Jimmy Broadbent and Kuba Brzezinski there. Sees them jump forwards over improvements as well by Christian Michel, but it dropped him down the positions. Top 3 though, no changes in their times as we have about 30 seconds left. We're joined. We're not joined. I thought we were joined by somebody in the booth, but qualifying is over for your LMP 1 and 2 cars. We'll run through those positions for you right now. Starting on pole, Furman with 3 Wide Motorsports, with Capit, Vodball Racing in second, Taylor from Virez in third, Broadbent from GNS Endurance fourth place, Brzezinski from Frida Ragnar in fifth. Then it's Revolution Racing, Taco ECR, Sim HQ Motorsports, Doug Henderson Racing with 9th and 10th from Hodgkinson and Parkin. We'll head down to your LMP2 cars, and it is Anthony Jans from Team Undercover Racing in first, with second place Philip Arcos, third place Hall from Revolution Racing, Paul Badnik from CNET Racing in fourth, and Scuderia GT Italia in fifth with Capella. After that is MVD Racing Team, Flatline Racing, Magenta Warriors, Champion Racing, and DR Motorsports, your top 10 from LMP2. Well, I believe we've been joined actually by Jimmy Broadbent, has actually hopped up to the booth. I thought it was a second account actually for the race admin Jimmy for a second, but we have actually been joined by the GNS Endurance driver Jimmy Broadbent. Jimmy, fantastic late race charge by you.
Yeah, qualifying we thought it was going to be a bit horrible for us because this isn't really a track for the DTR, but the pace was there apparently. So now we have the 1 lap pace, and I think really on the last lap, if I hadn't messed up a couple of corners, we could have really been looking feisty for pole, but fourth is pretty good, and we do have a drive-through penalty anyway, so it isn't really that important, but still good to be high up the grid.
It certainly is, and fantastic jump by you, but it does seem like most of the field once again has driver penalties, so perhaps nothing, well, not as much of a disadvantage as you might think.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we're taking a different attitude into this race after Suzuka. A lot of people get very competitive in VEC and get a little bit feisty. I mean, all you have to do is spend a couple of minutes in the practice server and you'll see what I mean. But we had a really good laugh in Suzuka despite being awful, and we're going to try and do the same here. Try not to be as awful, but just try and treat it as fun as opposed to super serious competition.
Certainly is, of course, and we'll let you go in just a few moments' time, Jimmy. Of course, we know you've got to get ready for the start of the race in about 9 minutes' time. But, of course, you're starting this car. We know things have changed a little bit for the Nissan. Some balance of performance done by the race administrators, let's just say. Suzuka wasn't your finest hour. That car really struggled in those conditions. You're expecting perhaps a little more today, but as you mentioned, taking a different attitude. You guys are feeling optimistic, or are you just going to be finishing where you try and finish rather than perhaps racing for spots?
I mean, our goal has always been to beat the other Nissan, so that'll be our goal for the race, I suppose.
The Nissan category.
Yes. Yeah, the Nissan category, but we've had a couple of tyre upgrades, mainly so we can actually run a different tyre apart from the softs, which is good here because otherwise we wouldn't be able to run any tyre at all with any sort of competitive pace. There's also been an update to the wet and intermediate tyre, which hopefully we won't see in this race. But it should mean that we aren't 4 seconds, 5 seconds up off the pace this time. So I don't think it was BOP. I think it was bringing us up to everybody else. It's not even balance. It's just to give us the same chance.
We're being reminded that you actually are one of the 2 cars in the LMP BTCC class.
Oh yes, yeah, the Super Tourers on steroids.
Well, it is very much a TCR with extra wings because we heard you liked wings, so we put wings on your wings on your wings.
Well, I would like the Viper wing from last season. I'm sure the chat knows what I'm talking about, but we'll do what we've got now. But anyway, I'm going to go get prepared.
Best of luck, Jimmy.
Wish us luck.
Thank you. That's Jimmy Broadbent from GNS Endurance joining us from a surprising Nissan 4th place there. So thank you for joining us, Jimmy B. He's heading back to his LMP BTCC class car to hop in and get ready for the start of the race, which will be kicking off in about 7-8 minutes time. So folks, bear with us, we'll be back in time for the green flag. Welcome back, folks, to the VEC round number 5 here from Sepang International Circuit here in Malaysia. About to have the cars starting up on the grid for the beginning of our pace lap. It seems there might have been a couple of issues on pit road as a few cars are sat on top of each other. That's never good. Some rather exciting bouncing there we had on pit road as someone said in the chat the C8R was almost born. Well, yes, that is how baby Corvettes are made. That's a trade secret, don't pass it on. Rachel Wyford here, joined by Ryan Ferris in the booth. Ryan, we're heading into the pace lap here. Some big qualifying jumps, of course. We've seen a massive improvement by the GNS Nissan, putting it 4th in LMP1. Any expectations for the race? Well, apparently we aren't joined just yet by Ryan Ferris, so we'll hold off for a moment. Pace lap underway as your field gets rolling and we head round to the start. Of course, your class leaders for tonight's event: Furman from 3 Wide Motorsport down to LMP2 for Jans of Team Underground Racing, Undercover Racing even, and down to our LMGT leader, which will be Almeida in for Revolution Racing in their Corvette C7R. It's an Audi, Porsche, Audi lineup for our top, well, Audi, Porsche, Nissan, I should say, for our top 4. So that's definitely shaken things up a little. Behind that, then we have 2 further Porsches before we get to the rest of the Audi field. So certainly a very mixed LMP1 field for the grid in tonight's event. About halfway through that pole, should we say pace lap even here at Sepang. A lot of cars here have penalties. In fact, we aren't actually able to go through the list because it is so many cars have picked up penalties from last round that basically expect pretty much everyone to come down pit road for some sort of penalty for different misdemeanors in general after the final round. So we're going to get this one ready to go underway very shortly. The field will form up heading towards the final corner. Get this race underway. Field coming along the start finish line here, or not? No, this is actually the alternate pit road. As they should form up now for our start here at the end of the line. Of course, it'll be Furman, Capit, Taylor, Broadbent, Brzezinski, Michelle, Barkley, Manukas, Hodgkinson, Parkin for your LMP1 field. Wood and Randelli. Then it'll be Jans, Filiparkos, Hall, Podbadnik, and the rest as we come through the final corner. Field under command of Furman. Green flag will wave. We're racing at Sepang. It's a big start already by the top 4. There's a huge run by Broadbent in the Nissan. And we go 3 wide for the lead into the first corner. Huge run here as round the outside goes Broadbent along with Furman. Broadbent in the Nissan up to second place already, challenging for the lead. Pushing to the back there off that Audi. Oh, Furman. Huge charge by that front-wheel drive Nissan in these close quarters and short, tight corners. Definitely an advantage to the front-wheel drive car here as they are on a very early charge. Surprisingly big charge. LMP2 field underway, as are the LMGT cars. Take a quick look. LMGT LMP2 very quiet. Down to your LMGT cars, as they are actually dancing with the back end of your LMP2 field here. A number of cars do have penalties. Capella dropping back already. Janowski catching up with Almeida in your LMGT class. We'll go back though to Broadbent in your LMP1 class. And Broadbent's leading the 22 car of GNS Endurance up to the pole, up to the lead here in LMP1. This is unexpected. A huge jump by that Nissan crew. They said they thought they'd be faster in qualifying. They were. We thought they'd have better race pace, but this is an early huge leap by Broadbent as we come up towards the end of lap number 1. And this has really changed dramatically here in round number 5. First lap will be in the books in just a few seconds as we come out the final corner, and Broadbent across the line from 4th on the grid will lead lap number 1 here at Sepang. A fantastic run as this has just been thrown on its roof. The Nissan pulling away dramatically on the straights in these dry conditions from the rest of the field. Very good at this first sector as well, as Capit up to second, Taylor in third. We've actually lost, I think, the car of... Yes, we've lost the car of Furman. So something's happened to that lead LMP1. That is... we have no idea what's happened. Furman from 2 Round Motorsports down in last place at the moment, scored... they are in the pits, so they've had technical problems as Furman, your pole sitter, with technical issues at this time. A number of cars diving into pit road to serve their penalties, and Broadbent knows he'll have to do that too, so this could be a very temporary lead for the GNS team, but they're up to the pole position and pulling that gap over Capit from Vodball Racing, so this is definitely a shake-up from the last round where they were 3 to 4 seconds off the pace in the wet tyres at Suzuka. Nissan and Broadbent proving they are worth being up here as this gap is only widening now. Currently a 1 second lead, 1.1 second on the straights. The gap pulling wider on the straights over the field as the Nissan plows away. 1.5 second gap into the first corner. Huge gap there for them. That's not the first corner, that's the last corner, so that's 2 straights. They're pulling this gap by a couple of tenths every single straight. This is a huge change for the Nissan teams. We'll look back to the lead in your LMP2 class. Jake Hall's moved up to second place, getting past Philip Arcos. He's up to second behind the car of Jan's. We are now joined by Ryan Ferris. Ryan, big drama in the early running. Our pole sitter out. Nissan up from 4th to the lead in LMP1. Still quiet though in LMP2. Not a lot happening.
Yeah, definitely.
Spot changes.
Yeah, definitely. It's brilliant to see the Nissan out front-wheel drive car, and you know, we have seen some good pace from the Nissan. We saw it during the 8 hours of Silverstone, although they incurred penalties during that race. But yeah, definitely. Porsche, wait and see what's going to happen. Because did I hear something about the Porsches not being up there?
The Porsches are up in the top grouping from what we've seen so far, but not leading right now. We have a Porsche in second place and I believe one in third, but as it stands, they are not quite on the top speed here as the gaps come down in the infield actually between Broadbent and second place Capit, but we get to a straight line, the gap just flies open between that Nissan and the Porsche.
Or as he goes a little bit sideways, makes a little mistake coming through that first corner as the Nissan of Broadbent.
That's actually the last corner. It's one of those confusing double straights here at Sepang, of course. We have a straight with starting grid on it as the final straight, a hairpin onto the main straight. So it's a very unusual layout for the circuit here, of course. I have to get very confused as to which one of those two we're on. But the gap 1.7 seconds there as they head through corners 2 and 3 here on this first lap, not first lap, I should say, lap 4. So we're about 7 minutes into the race here, Ryan, and this is quite a dramatic pace we've seen here as this has really opened up. Nearly 2 seconds gap now between first and second. And we know that a lot of these guys have to serve penalties within the first couple of laps, so this could be in next time by for Broadbent. They have got a penalty they must serve.
Yeah, and as you've already said, Capit is closing in the gap. Visually looks like he's closing in the gap. He's starting to push a bit into these sort of earlier laps. I think Broadbent sort of thought he needed to push as hard as he could to try and open up the gap, and I think he's trying to control the gap, but it seems Capit is he's left Adam Taylor, and he's closing the gap. But I have noticed that Broadbent has been making a few mistakes, you know, going out wide through corners, off onto the grass, and he's had it a bit sideways, locked up a few brakes, and I think that is what's causing Capit to close in.
Certainly looks that way at the moment. The gap is coming down dramatically, but it is getting very, very close here. Tell us what's going on down in the LMGT category at the moment, Ryan.
LMGT, let me just pull up the sheets. Now, LMGT, we've got Talking Doors Racing leading at the moment. Revolution Racing are leading at the moment with Daniel Almeida, followed by Talking Doors Racing. And let's see how the gaps are doing there. There's a couple of seconds between the two of them at the moment, between the front two, and there's best part of a second between the Talking Doors Racing team and the Scuderia GT Italia car.
Certainly looks that way at the moment. The gap's very broad in LMGT at the moment. That field is definitely spread out, Ryan, from what we've seen. Not seen the close racing we have seen further up the pack, but a lot of cars, as mentioned, have had to make penalties, so I'll make pit stops, I should say. The gap down to Capit, very close here. Very close indeed. 0.2 tenths of a second there as they head through what is, I believe,
and they've got quite
here.
a lot of back markers as well to contest with.
There's lots of back markers at the back of the LMGT class they're coming up to now, so they're actually going to have to start lapping traffic. We know Broadbent and that Nissan actually might do better in this traffic as they go around the outside. It's all splitting the way there with Capit getting caught in GT cars, as does Broadbent. This is getting very hairy at the front. We'll keep our eyes on this one because Broadbent, Capit and Taylor on top of each other here. The gap, though, being widened again by Broadbent. As you see that Nissan, much easier to dive into the corners as it goes past GT cars than perhaps the Audi or the Porsche might be. Could be a traffic advantage here for the Nissan with the improvements we've seen on those tyres. That is dramatic.
But look where Taylor is compared to Capit. He's right on him.
This will make things more difficult, of course, for Capit, as Capit now has to contend with not only passing traffic, but defending his spot line. Take a look at our times at the moment we've seen in the books. What I'm seeing at the moment is lap times 1:45s from your GTLM car, your LMP1 cars. So about 4 or 5 seconds off what they're doing in qualifying at the moment, Ryan. Down for your LMP2 cars, they're about 3 seconds off their qualifying pace. And the GT cars, they're about maybe 1-2 seconds off. So biggest gap here between qualifying pace and race pace is looking like it's for the for the LMP1 cars, but they are handling the traffic first, so perhaps that gap is down simply to traffic.
Yeah, they've had to go best part of over a full lap now of having to sort of weave their way through the traffic. We were seeing down one of the main straights, you know, the GT cars are going 3 abreast because they're battling for position, and the LMP cars are coming through as well, and it's sort of, at the moment, it's been a bit carnage on the straights with overtaking between the GTs and the LMP cars.
That is very, very true. The LMP cars going wherever they have to get these passes completed here. 12 minutes into today's race, and we're already lapping traffic.
At the
7
moment,
laps in.
I'm looking at Taylor. He's got, I believe that's Mitchell, all over the back of him. On the straights is slipstreaming, and it seems that Christian Mitchell is well, looking very menacing to Taylor.
Yeah, Christian Michel right up there on the back, as is Brzezinski, also very much in his mix. In fact, other than Broadbent and Capit, that gap's up to nearly 5 seconds now between Broadbent and Capit. A dramatic gap there has opened up as the Nissan scythes through traffic. And we joke that this is, of course, the LMP BTCC class for the Nissan. It's acting like a touring car the way it's getting through traffic at the moment, Ryan, because that gap is huge. And second, third, fourth, and fifth are absolutely on top of each other.
Yeah, fifth is a little bit. Well, actually, no. Well, the largest gap is actually now between. I believe that's second and third. Now, although the 2 cars, Taylor and Michelle, it just all accordions back up, and then they get onto the straight, and it's pretty much slipstream city because they're all 4 of them glued together.
Certainly is at the moment, and this is one we're keeping our eyes on because we've got some very hectic racing here in the top of your LMP1 field. Four seconds split now between that first and second place car. In fact, first and a pack, we should say, because it is the first car, then a pack of LMP1 cars. Then we have a second pack, which is Van der Wood, we have Barkley, we have Parkin and Hodgkinson, that next group back. So LMP1 really in 3 groups, 1 car, then 2 packs of cars.
The gap is starting to come down a bit between Broadbent and Capit, first and second. Although it is crept back up a little bit, it did come down by nearly a second, but now it's gone up again in that first sector by a best part of 3/10.
Certainly has, and well, very dramatic what we're seeing. Take a quick look at your LMP2 field. And it is Jans has broken away in a moment from the car of Hall. Got 2 seconds between Hall and Jans there, first and second LMP2. And down to our LMGT class. It's still Almeida leading from Jajovski with Pioti behind him and Preda in the 4th place. Faber from 3Y Motorsports is 5th place at the moment as, again, GT field very quiet right now, Ryan. It seems like LMP2, GT, they're patient just to get this race underway and get moving. Of course, a lot of penalties in those classes, so we haven't actually seen, I don't think, Broadbent pit yet. We know he has a penalty from what he said to us, but when's he going to come in? We thought this was within 5 laps, you have to serve your penalties, and it's not 9. And
Well,
he's not bothering.
Well, I think he's either forgot about it, or there's something that we don't know about, and he's trying to pull out the gap as much as possible, because this, if he was supposed to come in at 5 laps, then I don't know, he's going to get a bit more than a slap on the wrist. But yeah, the GT field, Almeida doing what he has shown already this season so far, that he is banging in the lap times, he's opening up a gap, and now he's going to keep that gap the way it is. And I believe he is sharing a car with Schonfleet, who will get in the car and again put in some hugely quick laps.
Certainly expected, as We need to actually confer with race control and actually find out if Broadbent does in fact actually have a penalty. And what the regulations are on serving those. Okay, so we're hearing that there's actually been a bit of an error with the automatic penalty system that the series uses. So we're going to see manual penalties waived for some of these LMP cars. We should see that one flagging up for a number of cars throughout your field here soon. We know a couple of cars down in the GT field actually came in, as did LMP2 cars, Ryan. So it could just be an LMP1 thing, or it could just be a 22 thing, which would be ultimate irony for them to have had such a huge run at the start of this race and then have to come in on their own. But it does seem as everyone else has been serving penalties. The gap is still broad here, as they're actually up at the back of the LMP2 cars now, as Broadbent flying past on the front stretch the back end of your LMP2 field.
But that really shows how fast the LMP1 cars are in a straight line compared to the LMP2s, because it almost seems as though the LMP2s were stood still.
It is seeming that way indeed. The LMP2 cars are almost tied to a post as the LMP1 cars come screaming past. Not just the Nissan, it's all of them at the moment, as that second group of Capit, Taylor, Michelle and Brzezinski still holding about 2 to 3 seconds back from your class lead. As we start to size now through the LMP2 cars, I think it should be a little more difficult to handle here, Ryan. Of course, lapping cars of similar pace. Of course, in qualifying we saw they were about maybe 8 seconds slower than the LMP1 cars. So that's still a drastic difference, but a lot closer than the 20 seconds a lap we saw from the LMP1s to the GT cars. Well, I think we've lost Ryan, so once again we'll just pretend that didn't happen, of course, as gap actually down to half a second now between Broadbent and Capit. Capit on a big charge here. We'll keep our eyes on what's 14 cars doing. Capita Vodball is definitely pushing now. That lap time from him last time by a 43.3 compared to the 44.5 from Broadbent. So nearly a second a lap quicker there by Capit last time by. And that gap is crying down. 0.8 of a second now for him, but straight it will pull open again. This is the biggest challenge for Risto Capit, is catching that Nissan before it gets on a straight. This is very much a Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner sort of situation here, as that Nissan pulls away on the straights, Ryan, but in the infields it's really Capit, Taylor and Michelle with the advantage.
Yeah, and I've noticed that Broadbent has every now and then makes the odd mistake of running wide, coming out the corner, going onto the grass. I'm not sure if that is the preferred line, because I don't know, they might know something I don't, but Taylor Taylor just getting ever so close to the back end of one of the GT cars they've just lapped, and yeah, Capit right with him now, but he's gonna have to do something before they get onto a straight, because the moment they get onto a straight, that Nissan just powers away and pulls out a bit of a gap. But look how close they are now.
Very, very close. Half a second here. This is what we talked about, of course, in the twistier sections of this racetrack. And Nissan really suffering. We have heard, of course, from race control, 20 minutes in here on lap number 11. They're going to have to serve their penalty very soon, so it could be them, it could be other cars as well.
And we have a change for the lead.
We don't, actually. No, it's back in the same order again, I think, because it shows Capit in the lead, but Broadbent is still
just
actually out front of him, so he hasn't actually been passed. I think we might have had a little technical je ne sais quoi for a moment there, because things got very tight as it's getting very close as Broadbent goes wide. Capit up the inside. This is for the lead of your race, as we're on a straight here. This could be advantage Broadbent once again. Can he come back and defend that spot? Tucks right up under the rear wing of the diffuser of that Porsche. Dives to the outside, and look how fast he goes past there, Ryan. My gosh. That straight line speed from the Nissan is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, well, the Capit took the lead position momentarily, and then the moment that the Nissan got a chance to stretch its legs, just breezed past him again. Almost as if Capit was driving an LMP2 car.
Certainly is, and wow, the other two cars actually ahead of them now. That was, well, we did see Capit get past there with a mistake from Broadbent, but that speed was ridiculous. It was almost as if that car had KERS and DRS and just opened it all up in that final run down the second to last straight there, because the overspeed was humongous. How do you defend against that, Ryan?
I don't think you can, really. There's just so much speed, but then they're finding themselves having to deal with some again, more GT backmarkers, and Capit not able to have as much of an advantage through the corners because of this, because Broadbent being a bit more lucky with how he deals with the backmarkers.
It certainly looks that way at the moment. Broadbent has been handling the traffic a little better, but it's very tight in this field, and we're really impressed with how this LMP1 battle is going. Of course, there's not just Capit, Taylor's within half a second as well.
And they're all coming
Brzezinski
into
also.
the pits now.
They are, this is it.
The Broadbent, so Broadbent,
It's
Capit.
the whole field in LMP1.
Brzezinski side by side with Capit. Now that means Taylor is out in the lead now.
Broadbent just a drive through for Broadbent.
Yeah, Broadbent
so
just a drive through.
Whereas the others seem to have stop and goes, or they're making their first pit stops at the same time. Not sure if that's in the regulations, but this is actually benefited me even more. It seems like the entire LMP1 field, of course, have had a drive-through of some sort there, or a stop and go, but Broadbent, with only a drive-through there, that's been a huge advantage, because look how far out ahead he is.
Yeah, now look at the towards the front now is Adam Taylor against Michelle. Taylor just being a little bit more lucky with the back markers again.
Certainly is, as it is Taylor, Michelle, Masukas, Radinelli, and then we have the other rest of the field who have had to serve penalties. Hodgkinson, Barkley, Brzezinski and Davude all still in the pits. Those cars either serving time penalties or taking their pit stops early on. Heading back out on the track now as Broadbent down to 5th place, but heading through traffic now and catching back up to the back of the field. Radinelli was of course the last place car, so not expecting them or Masukas to provide much threat, but Michelle and Taylor, we're going to take a look at those guys. They're very close on the track. And this is the battle for your lead, LMP1. Porsche versus Audi. Taylor leading for Virez, and Michelle back in 2nd place from Revolution Racing. Now we have a race in our hands with two similarly balanced cars. This should be an interesting one to look at, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely. I noticed through the first sector, Michelle is right with Taylor. And then I noticed as it gets into the later sections of the lap that Taylor just manages to eke out a very slight gap, only just by a few tenths.
It would seem that way indeed, and that would be something to keep your eyes on for the viewers at home. The LMP1 car is doing exactly what they need to do here. Keeping things very exciting. Bit of a gap for Taylor here, as Michelle just not quite got the gap. 1.2 seconds right now. As we'll have a quick look actually back at Broadbent, because he's about to catch Radielli, and this will be for 4th place in field. As they're right on top of each other here, Broadbent, and then they said, oh, nearly makes contact there with Radinelli. Very, very close to the back of the number 5 machine. Going to back off and deal with traffic yet again, as almost frustrating Broadbent here. He can go so much deeper into the corner, it seems. This was actually his advantage, Ryan, we saw on the lead. Of course, in the lead, no traffic ahead of him but lapped cars. He could go deeper into the corner as he needed to, but behind same car class traffic, this could be a tricky prospect.
Now they're onto the straight. I wonder look how much that Nissan, is managing to catch up onto the back of Radielli. That is some doing. Look at that.
Well, look at this, he should be past him by the end of the first straight, I think, here as we come around that final corner. Here comes Broadbent. in the what is rocket-assisted Nissan. He'll dive to the inside there, not even a question. Straight past him as he head towards the braking zones. Late braking from that front-wheel drive Nissan, chucking it in like a touring car. As contact from Radinelli from behind as he decides he wants to go a little bit harder. Nissan not quite as quick out the corners as the rear-wheel drive cars are, but much faster into them, of course, which is where the advantage came from when he was being caught earlier on by the other cars, Ryan. Not as quick out of the corners, but very quick into them. Yeah, and I noticed that obviously being a front-wheel drive car, he seems to be getting quite a bit of understeer through some of the tighter corners, and seems to lose, actually, by visually look how much time through the sweeping corners that he's lost just going, and that I think that is somewhat to do with the front-wheel drive car against the rear-wheel drive car. It would seem that way at the moment as we'll look back at Michelle and Taylor, and they're right on top of each other here, dealing with some traffic. As that's Philip Arcos from LMP2, your second place runner there, as Jan's actually had to serve a penalty. He's down a lap now. Jan's running in third, Philip Arcos second, Hall in first, Jake Hall leading in LMP2. And the time's actually opening up now between Taylor and Michelle, pulling the gap there on broadband after that battle with Radinelli. He's actually dropped back. He was 20 seconds when he came out of the pits. It's 21 now, so perhaps not quite as quick at this stage, Ryan. Or traffic being a little bit more difficult, of course, but that's a 25-second gap now as he's heading towards Mansukas' next target, third place. He's about 6 seconds up the track now. Wow, no, broadband with problems. 31 seconds. Yeah, he's in the pits again. Back in the pits is Broadbank and Radinelli. Could this be a scheduled stop? I don't know why he's in again.
No, well, I'm not quite sure on this one either. I'm not sure if there is... What,
this
he's
is
pulling
a pit stop. This is a pit stop, I think.
I'm wondering if is this some sort of attempt to try and get some fresher tyres, a bit more fuel in, and try and get into some clean air as well as far as the GTs or the not the GTs, the LMP1 cars are, so he won't find himself having to battle with anyone. It's just going to be back markers for him.
Well, they've got a good gap behind them to the other cars in their class, of course, so that could be a potential situation there. But Broadbent's taking on fuel and tyres. As we've just been heard reports, we actually heard that Broadbent actually got hit by a GT car, one of the GT Italian machines. That was possible damage on Broadbent's machine, but it seems like a bunch of cars are coming now, so we could be seeing some sort of strategy call as well.
Also, Radinelli is in as well.
He is indeed. That's what's making it a little curious. But they have been in the pits for a very long time, unless you see him leave soon. As Furman coming out, he's a number of laps down at the moment. Oh, Broadband got hit by Radinelli as well, so that's a game of conkers in LMP1. Certainly making things a little on the interesting side.
Now, at the end of the of the lap, the gap between Taylor and Michelle was 1.1 seconds, but that definitely on my screen does not look like 1.1 seconds now as they exit the final sector and start the second sector of the lap. It's now down to 0.4 seconds again. Radinelli and Broadbent still in the pits.
Very long pit. This could be repairs we're seeing here from Broadbent and Radinelli. We'll have to focus on to the rest of the traffic here. We'll look back to Taylor and we'll look back to Michelle.
Well, they're already a lap down, so I'll end up going to be 2 laps down.
Taylor securing his lead at the moment for Virez. That gap widening up, of course, to about a second now over the Revolution racing car of Christian Michel. Things settling down here now in your 5th round of the Virtual Endurance Championship. We'll take a look back at your LMGT category. We've really ignored those guys for a lot of this race, but it's been so quiet back in the GT field. Almeida leading by a good margin. very good margin from him. Taking a quick look at the actual delta times, because got about a handful of seconds from what we're seeing over second place runner Peyote, who is also running in fairly clean air at the moment. The GT field, as we mentioned, very spread out here, so it's not as much as we aren't covering them. We'll run through your GT running order actually at the moment. It is, of course, Almeida leading for Revolution Racing with Peyote from Scuderia GT Italia. Jajovski from Talking Door Racing, 3 Wide Motorsports, Faber, and Prada from Dark Racing. With 5th place is Rare Endurance and Rob Blocker. So it's a very, very quiet GT race for the first time. This track really bedding out your field.
Well, at the moment, the GT's second, third, and fourth, they're all somewhat together, but there's best part of a second or half a second between each car, so they're all within the same shot. It's just that Almeida just is best part of an entire back straight in front of these three.
It would certainly seem that way, as that really has broken out at the moment. Looking at your leaders, they're in traffic now. Michelle and Taylor in heavy GT traffic for the second time. As Broadbent is in the pits now, still in the pits, so heavy damage on Broadbent's car. Looks like the GNS car after a brilliant start to this race. Fantastic performance. They are looking like they're actually out of contention. They're 2 laps down, nearly 3 laps down now. In fact, they will go 3 laps down this time by. That is an absolute tragedy for GNS after what was an unbelievable start.
Yeah, they had it was a brilliant start, you know, bringing out the gap as Broadbent is actually leaving the pit lane now. But you know, that is endurance racing. It's you got a very long race ahead of you, and to make a mistake can cost you as much as that. But the thing is, he's got such a long race ahead of him that anything can happen. We've seen in previous races with only a few hours to go, some of the leaders coming into problems. So I'm sure he'll probably find his way back up the field. But having best part of 3 laps to get back, it's going to be a tough old day for Broadbent and his team.
And 5-minute stop for them just about in that last time in the pits, so that was definitely heavy repairs for Broadbent after the last corner contact with the Scuderia GT LMP1 car of Fioti. That's really hurt them, unfortunately. 5 minutes of repairs is not insignificant, and it is rather tragic. Of course, we mentioned a little minute ago that they just performed so well. That car was absolutely surprising, Jake. Ryan even, not Jake. I'm thinking of the wrong person here. It's everyone saying Jake Hall in the chat is completely throwing me off at the moment. But he seems to be a fan favourite. We're not going to talk about what they're talking about, because they're talking about some naughty subjects and speculation about his setup, which we're going to leave it there, because I'm not going into this. But it's surprising, really, considering what we saw from the Nissan, of course, last month even, at Suzuka. 4 seconds off the pace to here, leading dramatically in huge straight line pace, which for Le Mans bodes incredibly well if they can keep that car in one piece, of course.
Yeah, because Suzuka is a very fast-flowing circuit. In fact, I found myself doing last weekend doing a bit of racing around Suzuka, and it's a fast-flowing circuit where you got to have a very balanced, well-handling car to tackle it at its best, where the Nissan doesn't really perform particularly well through corners. As you've seen a few times, it understeers into some of the tight corners and struggles through the flowing corners, and only real advantage is the straight line speed, where here in Sepang there's 2 very long straights with some other smaller straights, and it's almost a perfect hunting ground almost for the Nissan. But you know, they're going to be struggling from where they are at the moment.
certainly is, of course, and they are, for all intents and purposes, out of this race. 21st position overall, 3 laps down from their class. As it stands in LMP1, it's Taylor from Michelle, from Mansoukas, from Capit, Parkin and Brzezinski, with Hodgkinson behind them in 7th place, with Hall leading in LMP2 from Philipparkos, Jans and Wood, with Campbell and Selvey. Down in your GT field, it is at the moment Almeida, Pioti, Jajovski, Faber and Prada, your top 5. So things definitely spreading out as we head past 40 minutes just about here, Ryan. Things really quiet, if you will, now. So perhaps looking at a very quiet race from some of these guys. We'll see once the pit cycle begins very soon.
Yes, definitely. Well, that is also another thing. You see a lot of, well, you see a lot of carnage potentially, and a lot of action, almost like a sprint race for the start, for the first half hour or so of these races. Then it's you sort of get a little bit of a lull as everyone starts to think, oh wait a minute, we got tyres and fuel to conserve for this race. It's not 20 laps, it's 6 hours in fact. And then it gets to the point where they've sort of had a bit of a G up. Yeah, we can go quicker than these people, we've got a better strategy than them, and then they somehow find themselves close together and battling for positions again. So, you know, there's definitely a lot more in the pipe work for this race, especially because there seems to be the first place battle between Taylor and Michelle. Michelle seems to be yo-yoing off the back. It seems Taylor can deal with the back markers just a little bit better, or he seems to be catching them at the right time, where Michelle sort of has to deal with the mid corner where Michelle gets him into the under the braking.
It certainly does seem that way indeed. The gap currently 0.7 of a second between first and second in LMP1. Third place 24 seconds back, so a big gap back to Manuksas. So that's not really a fight we're seeing there, of course, as it is Capit, Parkin and Brzezinski who've had to do their penalties. They're a minute back from your leaders, so LMP1's gone from being very close to being very spread out here, Ryan.
Yeah, with obviously the leaders being 0.7 between each other, then yeah, there's huge gaps appearing, but there's still 6 cars on the lead lap.
There are indeed, and well, things have been dramatic, and we're now having a little bit of a rest, really. As let's take your opinion on this track, Ryan. It's certainly one of the more interesting ones that Formula 1 schedule, and here for VEC we go to for racing. Of course, Sepang is one of Herman Tilke's brainchilds. What's your thoughts on the circuit?
Well, I think it's actually one of his good tracks, to be honest, because I'm not really the biggest fan of the Tilke circuits. They generally tend to be quite sanitized and boring, but Sepang's just one of those ones that always seems to bring out entertaining racing, whether it be on 2 wheels or 4 wheels, and it can be very technical but also very fast flowing. You know, the first sector you got the somewhat downhill chicane, and then you got some more fast flowing, so it's a very balanced circuit, but straight line speed is sort of more preferred with the 2 huge back straights.
Very much so, and certainly a very interesting track with the very long straights we do see on that front stretch and back stretch, almost of the same section. So we have 2 starting grids basically. Very unusual in that regard, that we normally see the backside pits of a track halfway around the lap rather than so close to the lead, but very well designed in that regard, that we have options for 2 pits for support races. Of course, it's designed with that in regard, I believe, which definitely benefits those support series, not having to truck their stuff around quite as much as you would at a circuit with only 1 pit road. But very flowing here. This is something the GT cars seem to be struggling with at the moment. The LMP cars 20 seconds a lap faster, that's a huge difference, but the fast corners really not in favour of those GT cars with lower downforce.
Well, no, because the fast-flowing corners do favour the prototype cars with their high-level downforce, because it means that they're able to carry the speed. Therefore, they will get the downforce, which will allow the car to effectively suck itself to the ground. Where the GT cars, they don't really have much in the way of aerodynamics. They got rear wings and a few little winglets or so on the sides of the front bumpers, but apart from that they're very limited. Therefore they can't get the grip that's needed. You know, they'll find themselves potentially oversteering if they go through a bit too quick, and with the GT cars it's very much about precision through these corners.
That is certainly true. Still the gap very close between Taylor and Michelle. 7 tenths of a second still after a number of laps. 24 laps in and heading up to that first pit stop sequence soon. These guys have already been into pit road, might be off sequence, so that could make things a little bit more interesting of course, but GT traffic is very spread out even at this stage because of this difficult circuit. So we're seeing a much easier job for these LMP1 and 2 cars at the moment. Ryan is making their life a little bit more relaxed, so we're seeing a very patient race so far.
Yeah, and just seeing Michelle getting very well caught up behind a GT and I believe that was P2 car, which means that Taylor's he's been able to pretty much leave him. His best part got it's over a second the gap now, although that looks to be a bit more than a second. I'd like to see what the gap would be when we cross the start-finish line.
Apparently we've had a spin from Jake Hall as well, which has dropped him down the running order. In fact, we're not seeing him at all. Oh no, he's in the pits at the moment in 10th place overall. That's impressive. I'm not sure how that's working out, but apparently this can't be correct.
So Jake Hall and Campbell are both in the pits at the moment.
Yes, LMP1, 2 and 3 were very close in the LMP2 field, but that one has been broken up a little bit. Actually, this is why they're up in the 10th place. I got very confused thinking they're GT cars, but no, they're in LMP2. Hall's in the pits, as is Campbell. Jans is pitted, as has Ares, so that's broken things up a little bit in your LMP2 fight. Filiparkos still out on track, of course. Currently leading LMP2. So the LMP2 cars having to pit a little sooner here. They're not quite making the hour mark for the LMP2 cars, so we're looking at least 6 pit stops from those guys. Basically, we'll have to see what the fuel numbers look like for LMP1 and LMGT, Ryan, but of course trying to make the hour mark is literally the game in endurance racing.
Yeah, and it's also seeing if it's possible to eke it out even more, go over an hour, because obviously the longer you can stint effectively, you can get away without having to do a pit stop. But that is where the skill comes into endurance racing. But I've noticed that Taylor, ever since being able to get away from or get past a couple of the back markers from the previous lap, he's almost just completely jumped on it. It's almost like he's found his chance and he's going to really dig in to get away from Michelle, because Michelle, as I've already said, is struggling to get through these back markers. So Taylor seizing the opportunity and sort of looking to have a bit of a move going on here.
I think we're being reminded as well here that the LMP2 leader at the moment, that's Filiparkos, is apparently using a gamepad to race on, which is to break that, fourth wall of commentary at the moment for sim racing, but to do this well and be this fast on a gamepad is a hugely impressive accomplishment. I've known drivers who were quick on a gamepad, and unfortunately in my case a couple that were quicker than me with a wheel with them on a gamepad. It's always mind-boggling. I've tried doing that myself, of course, a few times when I felt lazy, Ryan, but that's a pretty tough ask to be this quick using a gamepad.
It is, because I've found myself using a gamepad, and I've had a go at using a gamepad. I prefer using a wheel, and I find myself using a gamepad. Just using a gamepad, I find myself best part of half a second a lap slower. So it's just phenomenal just to think, because you don't have that level of precision of steering,
feeling of the car
that you do with a wheel and pedals, and so.
What's more important though is Philip Arcos is well known for saving tyres and saving fuel, so that's even more impressive that he's able to have that finesse with such a limited controller.
It is just absolutely amazing, and I'm not quite sure if he's using the gamepad by choice, or he doesn't have the access to a wheel. Because if that is the case, then I wonder, would he be quicker with a wheel if he has one?
I think you might actually prefer his controller by this stage. You might be really slow with a wheel, so that could be a reason not to change once you know something. Of course, I struggled myself switching across from games I've used a mouse and keyboard into a controller. Things like Rocket League, of course, not racing, but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't get my brain around the controller, which was an issue for me. So I went back to what I knew. But of course, for Philip Arcos, he only knows the controller really for sim racing. So this could be his kind of zone he's in, and he's at a really profoundly good performance level, so why change if it's not broken?
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And yeah, definitely Philip Arcos definitely doesn't need any fixing to be done so far.
Certainly not. So we'll have a quick look at your top threes in classes. Taylor Michelle from Mazukis in LMP1, with Philip Arcos, Jans and Hall in LMP2 still. Almeida, Piotti and Jajovski down in LMGT. And we should be heading up to the rest of our pit stops for LMP2 and approaching stops for the LMP1 and GT cars. Hopefully past that 1 hour mark for those guys. So that'll be a critical element of their strategy, Ryan.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, certainly. Obviously, strategy-wise, we've I believe have we seen everyone do a? I was about to say that Taylor's just coming into the pits. So I was about to ask, have we seen everyone do a pit rotation? But obviously not, as the two leaders coming into the pits. So they
Taylor
will
and
be.
Michelle in, yes.
Yeah, so they've not quite made it to the hour mark, but are they covering off some of the people that are behind them that could potentially get some form of undercut on them? There's 23 seconds between third place. So Manasowski takes the lead as Taylor and Michelle are in the pit lane.
They are indeed. That'll be interesting to see how it goes out as Michelle actually gets the jump, but it's not going to be enough.
Not quite,
no,
not
Taylor will
quite.
stay just out ahead, as that one could have been a change of position, but it will not be. Very close.
As
LMP1 not making the mark, so 50 minutes for LMP1 at least, as GT car was off behind them.
yeah, and as I'm assuming Risto Capit has pitted as well. Was he one of our people serving penalties as well?
I think he was. That was one he had to deal with. Capit did have a penalty earlier on. He
Yes.
came in with that large group of LMP1 cars. Oh, off the track goes Michelle. Managed to get it on there before running wide on the gravel, but lost a lot of time there to Taylor. He's lost 3 seconds.
Yeah, and Capit is best part of 15 seconds behind these two. So, and Capit with warmer tyres. We've seen him doing a charge through the field during the I believe that was the Silverstone race. We saw him charging through the field, and I'd like to see how Capit fares against Michelle, because I do believe Capit will be with Michelle at some point in the next 10 laps or so, possibly. I'm not sure, but with
Capit
the pace
is
that
looking
he's
a lot
running,
faster at the moment, so that'll be one to keep an eye on. Let's not forget though, with going down a lap or two, Broadbent is has done his pit stop, so he actually will go about half a stint longer, we expect. So we'll have to see what they can pull from this one. You could see some good saving going on and perhaps recover a lap or so, depending on where things cycle through. So that will be a useful fact to remember.
Now Manuski is just leaving pit lane, so obviously he's had a little bit of time in the lead, and now he's gone back down to 4th position so far as he's exiting the pit lane. So normal service resumed. Adam Taylor is now back in the lead, with Michelle, having had his problems on the previous lap, is now just over 3 seconds. He's 3.1 seconds away from Taylor.
He is, as that gap is quite significant, 3.1 seconds, partly due to Michelle running onto the gravel, of course. Capit is about 15 seconds back on the road from them, so that will be interesting to see if he can catch up, depending on what traffic they hit. Let's have a look at their last lap times for you. Last time by Taylor did no, those are including pit stop times, so we aren't going to count that, but Capit's lap on a normal lap wasn't that fast. It was a 46.3. We'll have to see this time by the line what the top 3 are doing in terms of their lap times, and we'll be able to tell you who's catching who, but of course this is Taylor and Matt Michelle's first laps after the pits, Ryan.
Yeah, and Michelle really is pushing. He's getting some tyre smoke as he's forcing that car through some of the swooping corners. Really slightly getting the back end out, and he is closing on Taylor at the moment. What is the gap as they come over? It is now gone from 3.1 to 2.1, so he's closed in by a second in that lap. So I was thinking whether or not Michelle was going to back off a bit, you know, conserve the tyres and think we'll get him later, but no, he's right on it, and well, closing in on Taylor. Now, where Taylor thought he might not have to worry, he's got control of this, might not be the case. So Taylor's now going to have to pick up his pace as well, although he did find himself a bit muddled up with some back markers. That might be the main reason why he's lost some time.
Certainly could be, as keep your eyes on how this one is evolving, of course, and things starting to stabilise here as we approach the end of hour number 1 of round number 5 here at Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia, Virtual Endurance Championship. And this has been a very, very hectic start to the race, Ryan. We've had that crazy battling, we've had penalties, slews, we've had contact and damage, dramatic shift of the lead a few times, and let's not forget the guy we haven't talked about much here, of course, is Furman from 3 Wide Motorsports, who was your pole sitter, who had technical problems on that first lap and dropped down 3 laps. So a dramatic end to his one. Of course, he's 4 laps down now, but from the pole position in qualifying and a feeling of a high for the team to being so many laps down so quickly must be hugely demoralising.
Yeah, and really it's just about trying to see what they can recover. You know, it's 4 laps down. It is a matter of, well, the day is really over for them, because you can see these GT cars that he's passing. That's for position. He's not lapping them. So for a P1 car, finding himself having to be racing against the GT field, it's a bit, you know, could come as a bit of a shock to Furman slightly, but you know, he's just absolutely scything his way through these GT cars.
It certainly is, and we'll have to see how these guys progress. Of course, Adam Taylor back up to the front from Virez. They're very potent teams in this series, as we are here on lap number 31. Fantastic racing we've seen so far today. Certainly been, as we said, eye-opening and dramatic, Ryan, but things are very quiet now. They have been for a few laps as The majority of this field very spread out from the road classes. The gap's coming down between Michelle and Taylor. They're 2.9 seconds now. It's definitely helping them, but she was in traffic there. Michelle caught behind some LMP2 cars, which wasn't ideal.
Yeah, and Taylor has got best part of half a straight on Michelle now. It looks like that could be somewhere close to 3 to 4 seconds of a lead now as they come over the line again. I wonder if I will be right on this one. Yeah, it's 3.5 seconds the gap, and again that is Michelle struggling with back markers.
Certainly is, and back markers are going to be the name of this game. They've been a big problem so far for the drivers in all classes. It's been a problem for the GT drivers, of course, dealing with this very twisty high-speed track. It's been a problem for LMP2, and it's definitely been a problem for the LMP1 cars, who've been dealing with it possibly the most throughout the duration of this race. There's a gap actually coming down. Capit gained 2 seconds in the last few laps. He's now 17 seconds back from your lead and gaining 16 now. We'll look at the lap times last time by for those top three. A 44.6 for Capit from Vodbull Racing, 46.5 from Michelle, and a 45.1 from Taylor. So looks like Mr. Capit from Vodbull Racing, Ryan, is on a huge charge.
Yeah, and I don't know if it's me, but did I just see a car on the infield through the double right-hander at the top end of the circuit?
Certainly looked that way, as the double right-hander, a very tricky corner here, of course, and one that throws drivers off a lot, especially the downforce cars.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if I can pick anyone out, but no, I can't seem to be able to find anyone. So we've been told that it was 18th Eris, yes, and he's got the front end of his car missing. So that is going to be what will be a lengthy repair. Ooh, as he's nearly getting wiped out by Paul Badnick, overtaking him. So limping back to the pit lane is Arius. So that he is
Problems for him, and of course LMP2 for Arius.
Yeah, and he's gone down to 19th, and yeah, lengthy repairs ahead. He's got to be bad considering he is pretty much crawling to the pit lane. But, well, we were saying about that, the gap between Taylor and Michelle has come down a bit. On our screens it's showing down as 0.9 of a second, although I think it's just eked out over a second now. And yes, it's 1.7 seconds, with Capit closing even more. The gap between Capit and our leader Taylor is now 14.2 seconds.
Certainly is, and well, we're going to step away shortly for the commentary team because we are down on numbers today, unfortunately, but we will be back for the end of the race. As things stand in your LMP1 class, we'll run down your full running order here before we step away. Currently leading in our 1 hour race report, Taylor from Team Virez on the front row at the moment. Michelle in second place, Revolution Racing with Vodball's Capit in third. SimHQ Motorsports Manzukis is fourth place, with Brzezinski from Feeder Ragnar Motorsports in fifth. The two Doug Henderson cars next, with Hodgkinson and Parkin, are sixth and seventh, with Magenta Warriors in eighth place in the second Nissan. Scuderia GT Italia bringing up the last with Ridelli. Or at least last on the league lap, of course. We do have to drop all the way back to GNS Endurance's Jimmy Broadbent down in 13th for our long-suffering team there, as Nico Barkley from Taco ECR are out of the race. LMP2 is Philip Arcos from Atlantic Motorsports leading the way with Jans and the Undercover Racing team in second place, with Jake Hall from Revolution Racing in third. Campbell and Champion Racing are fourth place, with Flatline Racing in fifth. DR Motorsports, Magenta Warriors, LMP2, Seawolf, 3Y Motorsports from LMP1 are not in that order, so why am I announcing their name? Down timing screens. Down to LMGT, we have Almeida from Revolution Racing, Scuderia GT Italia's Peyote, Jajovski's Talking Door Racing is in third. Fourth place, Blocker from Rare Endurance with Dark Racing's Prada in fifth. Revolution Racing's Barros, Constructi from Texas Squadra Corsa, Atlantic Motorsports Nathan with Grau, Bryson, Fige, Nikolai, Boombach, Faber, Strand and Capella rounding out your GT field. Alright, it's been a fantastic first hour here. Of course, the racing has calmed down a significant amount, of course, and it's actually gotten very quiet in the last 20 or so minutes, but thank you for joining us, of course, and we will be back, folks, for the final part of the race in about 4 hours' time, so thank you for watching. Goodbye. Welcome back to the final hour of coverage here on the Virtual Endurance Championship round number 5 here at Sepang International Circuit. Sorry for rousing you from your slumbers watching the stream for the last couple of hours, but we are back and we are live. So you'll have all the coverage from the final section of the race here tonight. And well, it's been very busy. Currently, Christian Michel in Revolution Racing number 21 is the fastest car on track in LMP1 at the moment. Last time he did a 1:42.587 and he is absolutely clipping along at, well, 2 seconds a lap faster than the rest of the field. So it's on, folks. Run through your running order in all the classes. Jakovic from Team Verez leading the way in LMP1 with Wazinski from Frieda Ragnar Sim Racing. Johnson from Vodbull Racing in 3rd place, MHQ Motorsports with Azredo, and we have Patty for Doug Henderson Racing, of course Christian Michel 6th place, and Wallet in 7th with Reese Gardner from Magenta Warriors in 8th place. Behind them it is of course the Doug Henderson Racing for Hodgkinson, and we also have Taka Racing back in this one with Milan behind the wheel. Down in LMP2, top 5 is Dylan Campbell Tits Van der Weil, I probably mispronounced that one. And we have Hodskamp down in your GTLM field, or LMGT even. Revolution Racing with Davadovic, with 3 Wide Motorsports with Faber Pinto for Dark Racing, and Flatline Racing with Jacobs, and Jajowski for Talking Door Racing down in 5th. Well, Rachel Whiteford back for the final hour, and we're also joined by Dan Marr. Dan, this track, normally home to Formula 1, but, well, we're here with endurance racing, and it's been a busy race, but most people seem to still be standing.
Thank you, Rachel. Well, good evening, everybody. And yes, the circuit in particular, it's a fantastic circuit, of course. It's one of the most popular circuits on the Formula 1 World calendar, but of course it is used by so much. Super GT, use it in touring cars. You get a lot of great racing around here, but it's tight. It offers chance for drivers to make mistakes, but I think that's why I love it so much, because of the amount they actually have to push to get the best out of the cars, the best out of the circuit. But overall, it's just a driving challenge, but it does make it so much more interesting.
Certainly is. We lost Anthony Jans earlier on, of course, from your LMP2 field. A mistake on cold tyres is what we're hearing. So coming out after one of the pit stops. Unforced error, shall we say. We've lost a couple of cars so far. We'll have a quick look at that list. Right now in your list of DNS, it's the undercover racing team for Jans, as we mentioned. Also in LMP2, we've lost Fazi with Revolution Racing's 33. We've also lost the MVD racing team with RS behind the wheel. And down in LMP1, GNS Endurance have officially retired. Unfortunate for those guys. They led the race early on, let's not forget, in the first few laps. And of course, after a penalty, they came out down the order. But it was unfortunately contact with one of the back markers in LMP1 that took them out of the race. That was a Scuderia GT Italia LMP1 car. Also out at the moment, we have the cars from Atlantic Motorsports, Satellite Racing and Sim HQ in your LMGT fields. Those were Strand, Berger and Nikolai. So at the moment, Team Verez leading the way, Dan, and well, Team Verez very familiar with being in this position. It's where we normally find them, if anything. Team Verez are one of the most potent teams in this race, and please excuse the sound of my squeaking desk lamp being turned around, but I can't be stared in the face by a bulb for much longer.
Yeah, it's, as you say, it's a position they're well accustomed to, but of course, as with any race, it's not over till the checkered flag, so you've got to be able to get there, and you've got to be able to say, well, we've got this position now, we don't want to push too hard, we just want to stay here, we just want to go and try and maintain as good a gap as they can, try and stay consistent. If you stay out of the lap traffic, if you stay out of collisions, of course, it improves dramatically your chance of finishing. And of course, as the old saying goes, to finish first you must finish.
Certainly is, and we do apologise that Dan Marr is apparently sitting to my absolute far left in the commentary booth, because I can only hear him on my left ear, but we're going to try and resolve that as time goes on. The race so far has been, well, it's fairly spread out at the moment. You only have 2 cars listed as being on your lead lap at the moment. As being Jakovic and Wisniewski. Okay, I'm going to butcher this one, so I'm going to take my time to butcher it, just so you can get more enjoyment out of that one. It's Wisniewski. Okay, not too butchered. Anybody would think I'm a terrible person at words, but that's very true actually. As it stands, of course, 3 cars listed on the lead lap actually, with Jakovic, Wisniewski and Johnson. Those are the cars from Team Vera's Feeder Ragnar Sim Racing and Vodball Racing, so the numbers 4, 1 and 14. Other than that, we've got 2 cars a lap down. We have Simichki Motorsports with Azredo and Patty for Doug Henderson Racing. Those 2 cars in 4th and 5th, so it's busy, but as we mentioned, the fastest car, Christian Michel, down in 6th place. He scored 2 laps down at the moment. That's a 21 car. Still, by far, putting in very, very fast laps here. Chances of unlapping themselves and getting to 1 lap down, maybe scoring 4th or 5th is possible, but we can't see them moving much further.
Anything happens though, Rachel. The beauty of this kind of racing is the fact that you can go even a couple of laps down, even in the last hour. If you put a real shift on board that car, you can try and drag yourself much further up the grid, much further up the order. Again, if it's all about staying out of attrition, it's staying consistent. It's about staying consistent. It's about staying out of attrition. It's about just being out there. You've got to be able to try and drive around. Obviously, the pace that we've seen endurance racing become in the last sort of few years. You know, these are 6, 12, however long hour sprint races, so everyone's pushing to get the most out of the cars, out of everything. And even a couple of laps down, you know, as we said before, even being just a couple of laps down, it's not going to be the problem it could have been in years gone by. It is going to be difficult, of course, but by goodness, there is options there for them. The chance is there, they've just got to be able to take it at the time.
Certainly is, and we will of course keep our eyes on what is going on throughout this field, but as I'm trying to stretch my eyes across to my other screen to see the timing and scoring sheet here, Dan, things are definitely stepping up in LMP. We've seen 1 minute 43s from both Virez and Feeder Ragnar, responding now with a 43.8. Last time by Jakovic in traffic, 45.178. We'll take a look at Jakovic actually. He's leading there in the Team Virez Porsche at 919, is certainly putting the laps in, and we said a 45 last time by. Best lap for him of a 42.666, so the lap of the beast there from Niki Jakovic. Good sector times though this time by. This is looking like a much quicker lap in response to both Feeder Ragnar Simulator and Vodball Racing, who just put in 43s. We'll see them now as they come around the final corner onto the final stretch, and we'll see if they can put in a better lap here in response. There's a no, I was looking at the wrong best lap sheet, so that's probably why my brain wasn't working, but it is a 42.385, new fastest lap of the race, as we mentioned, their fastest lap for Jakovic. That's how you respond, Dan.
Yep, exactly. Again, you've just got to get out there, you've got to focus at these sorts of points, especially at this late stage in the race. You've just got to look and you've got to think anything can happen. I know I keep saying it, it's important, it's an important phrase though. You've just got to be out there, you've got to be pushing, and you've got to try as hard as you can to make up as much time. Because if you lose out time at this point, you're not going to be catching up to the leaders, you're not going to be at that position. But as you can, if you can get there and you can just try as hard as you can, then anything will happen.
It certainly is, and as things have been going so far, we are currently 52 minutes away from the end of this one, and the on-track action is actually a little on the quiet side as Jakovic is lapping LMP1 traffic at the moment. Take a look at our cycle through for timing and scoring to look at gaps. Wisniewski is about 43 seconds back from Jakovic in second place. 1 minute 4 seconds back is Johnson in the third position. So those guys could get a little closer as Wisniewski puts in a very good lap this time by. Very busy traffic actually for Jakovic, running down towards the final corner. Multiple LMP2 cars down. The LMP2 cars, from what we've seen so far today, are about 6 to 8 seconds off the pace of the LMP1 machines, which does put them in a slightly more awkward position to pass than the 20-second lap slower LMGT cars around this track. And that's something we've really noticed here, of course. The GT cars drastically slower around a circuit with lots of high-speed, fast corners where the downforce cars are simply out driving them.
Yeah, the P2 cars, their sort of premise is the fact they are slower than P1, quicker than GT. We've seen this in real life with LMP3, in fact, with the sort of struggles they have lapping GT cars. And it is, as you say, the fact that there is more medium to high speed stuff around the Malaysian circuit here. It does benefit the P2s in terms of getting past the GT cars, purely because they've got more aero on the cars. They can travel obviously much quicker through the corners. So P1s will just drive past anything like that set still. That's just the incredible pace that they behold. And again, the P2 ones, as you say, they are in a bit of a predicament. GT cars can sometimes just sit there and think, oh my goodness, what am I doing, what am I doing? I just feel frightened. I'm just being passed here, right there, left here. And you've just got to keep calm. You've got to keep calm in the car. That's the important one, is you don't want to see people sort of moving left to right, trying to get out of other people's ways. We often used to say that the GT cars, you know, in times of old, would be considered second citizens in these kinds of racing. Not anymore, and of course everyone's got to work around each other, and that's part of the beauty of endurance racing, is the fact you've got to work around everyone. You can't just work with them, you've got to work with them and around them.
Certainly is. Having a quick look at our timing, actually, the Magenta Warriors LMP2 car down in 16th place is catching Deltic Racing Team, and that's Van der Wild being caught by Hoskamp at the moment, and last time by 3 seconds a lap faster for the Magenta Warriors car. This is over 4th place in your LMP2 field, Dan. Have a quick look at the Magenta Warriors machine, as they are, of course, so we talked about the difference in speed there, but of course the LMGT cars, it's perhaps a more difficult position for the prototypes in this one, Dan, in that because this is such a high-speed circuit for downforce cars and not for GT cars, these being fast corners, and of course we refer down to the traction circle, if you will, for GT cars, that you can only turn the wheel so much whilst accelerating. A lot of these corners you want to carry speed and be turning, and it's just something these cars can't do. Fast corners have always been a struggle, as second place, actually, as Wisniewski pitting from second place. The Ragnar feeder Ragnar simulator machine from second place has gone down. We apologise, folks, for the momentary lapse in the broadcast. I think we're not live yet, but we'll find out. Computer went rip. It's alright, as soon as things get started again, we'll just kick off. We'll stay quiet until you tell us we're live.
Give me a casual
Also,
100.
is your dog barking away, Dan?
No, I can't. Well, thank you very much. We do apologise for the momentary lapse in the broadcast then, but it's round 5 of the Virtual Endurance Championship here at the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. We've not got too long in this race left to go. In fact, I think around the 50-minute mark. I'm not entirely sure myself. The race leader just coming past a couple, or in fact 3 of the GT class cars, 1 of the lovely Ferraris, 2 of the Corvettes, and Djakovic, I believe, car number 4, in the lead of this race. I think we've got 3 cars on the lead lap. In fact, we've currently got 2. We had a pit stop a couple of moments ago. Of course, guys will be coming in for their final stops of the race. Of course, the 6-hour race, 175 laps have been completed by our race leader in car number 4. About a minute or so behind is James Johnson in car number 14, so it's 4 from 14 in P1. Although on the lead, or the second lap from the lead, or 1 lap down from the race leader I should say, it's getting quite interesting. There's at least 2 or 3 cars on that. The Wisniewski has just come over the line, starting lap 175. And which brings his tally to the race 175 laps. He's about, in fact he is 1 lap behind. I do apologise, he is a lap behind. He's been lapped momentarily, not too long ago I should say. The Audi-esque P1, for those in the know, in 3rd place behind the 2 Porsches in 1st and 2nd place. Have been very, very capable around the circuit. And as we've been saying for the last sort of 20 minutes or so, it is about keeping yourself out of the barriers, out of other cars, out of the lap traffic, everything else. Making sure you get a nice clean run to the end of the race. You don't want to end it at this very late stage in the race. And James Johnson... Oh, sorry, I do apologise.
It's certainly not, Dan, of course, and patience being the name of the game. Like I said, we apologise for a little technical glitch when computers will compute at times, as race cars will sometimes go full race car, but we were just talking before this one happened about the battle for 4th between Van der Wild and Hoskamp, and it's actually been Van der Wild pitted from 4th, and Hoskamp has managed to take that place for now, but we expect a pit stop will be coming from them. Wisniewski is in a scored lap down at the moment because Wisniewski has pitted. Johnson and Djakovic will have to pit at this stage, Dan. They still need to make that final stop.
Yep, they will indeed. As I was saying a moment ago, they do need to make their last round of the pit stops, although I'm not quite sure what sort of fuel stints they've been doing. If they're obviously running longer now, the benefit for them is they can have a shorter stop at the next stop. They can have less fuel on, so the car's going to weigh less. It's going to be quicker for them, theoretically quicker for them to drive, but is it going to negate the disadvantage they've got compared to Wisniewski, who's been running longer and shorter stints? He's going to have more fuel, but he's going to be more drilled in. He is going to be ahead. He will probably come out ahead. It's going to be tight, but that's the nature of the racing.
Certainly is. And speaking of the nature of the racing, we'll have a quick look at our running order down in LMGT even. I keep putting a P where there isn't but need to be one. Although in our review of the LMBTCC class, aka the Nissan LMP1 cars, right now the only contender still remaining in the race is, unfortunately for the team, Magenta Warriors. Reese Gardner, of course, lost a lap after contact with a few other cars, including the number 5 Scuderia GT Italia, who doesn't seem to like other LMP1 cars from what they've been up to this race. Including, actually no, they don't seem to like Nissans because they killed both of them, it seems.
That was definitely never no good to see. I'd rather have not dead Nissans compared to dead
Someone
Nissans.
does not like JDM. That's clearly it. Someone is clearly a fan of domestic makers. Does not like Scuderia GT Italia, leans ones towards Ferrari possibly, so we could only speculate, but we won't because that could possibly be not very polite. But at the moment, Wisniewski, as we mentioned, has made that stop. And you did say, though, Dan, that the stops for Djakovic and Johnson will be shorter. That is true. But, of course, Johnson's position is somewhat false. He was about 20 seconds behind Wisniewski. So we expect Wisniewski to resume his place in 2nd overall By the end of this one, of course, 40 seconds back from Jakovic, so unlikely to swap position with Jakovic, but should really regain that second spot. So these three still looking to be your podium runners, with the gaps they have between them being roughly, once everyone's stopped, in about 20 to 30 seconds between each car.
Indeed. And as you say, he will probably come out in that second place for Wisniewski, which is but not a bad effort at all. We've got to give it to them. As you were saying about the Nissans, actually, it's if they're in the Nismos, if they're being attacked as vigorously as you were saying they were, it's more a case of being Delta Wings rather than Nissan, isn't it? But
it's unfortunately due to the way these cars are handling some of these slower speed corners at this circuit, of course, Dan. The Nissans are a very fast in, slow out car with the front wheel drive arrangement they're operating with, so they can go much deeper into the corners than any of the rear wheel drive cars we're seeing here, but unfortunately it means they slow down a bit more on the exit of the corner as they try to power out, and this is where the rear wheel drive cars are punching out of the corners, and that's the problem the 24's had. The Scuderia GT Italia machine has not really read that these cars handle the track differently and have gone straight into the back of both Nissans on the exit of slow speed corners, and it was the final corner in both cases for those incidents, so a consistent issue.
yeah, it's incredibly difficult to negotiate. The cars are different driving tactics, of course. To be fair to the leaders in P1, the rest of the cars in that category do not only just have rear wheel drive, it's part-time four-wheel drive on power on initial exit of the corner, so you're coming out the corner much quicker than a Nissan. If you do miss it, which it does happen, if you have a little lapse, the contact can happen. And as you're saying, the Nissans are very well suited to the earlier phases of the braking, much deep onto the brakes. Not necessarily better out of the corners, but it's a straight line advantage where they have their advantage. Of course, the Sepang circuit, you've got those massive long straights before the final corner and turn 1. But the rest of the circuit's very technical, very twisty, which 500 odd horsepower coming from the front wheels of the prototype, or in any car really, is a bit of a tricky one to handle.
That is certainly true, Dan.
And I believe, sorry to interrupt,
No, go for it.
Rachel, but John Johnson has come in for his final stop of the race.
He has. Johnson has pitted, so we'll see what happens with Wisniewski now, and where Wisniewski can filter through in this one.
He's coming through the third
Should have
sector
gone
now.
past now. So yes, he will pass before before Johnson can leave pit road. This is the rundown now towards the final corner. We'll keep our eyes on Johnson on pit road. Johnson's still going to be in for quite a while, so we'll see this one filter through, of course.
Right, into the final corner now for Wisniewski. And there's car number 1.
Johnson still stationary in his box, so at this time
Over the
looks
line
like he
and
will
into
zoom his
second.
spot. Yeah, exactly. Wisniewski back in second place.
Although this is going to be
As-
tight, he's just left the pit lane now. I do apologise again, Rachel, but Johnson has just left the pit lane. I'm going to give that less than 10 seconds.
but
That's
Dan,
significantly less than
but-
10 seconds.
The fastest car in LMP1 at the moment, and that is the guy Christian Michel from the Revolution Racing Team, is out ahead of Johnson, so Johnson will have a task to get past a faster car.
It can work to his advantage, definitely. If he can just, even if he just sits behind, the benefit of that is if he sits behind, he's not got clean air, no, but what he will have is the fastest car in the race pulling him along. Wisniewski's now got a couple of issues in terms of he's got cars he's trying to lap. In fact, one of the P2 cars he's just got past now. So he's got slower cars to deal with, and Johnson's probably got faster cars to deal with, so it swings and roundabouts, but it ebbs and flows, and I'm pretty sure if Johnson can keep into his position, he's got at least a decent benchmark to go quicker.
He does indeed, and we'll have a quick look back at our running orders as it stands. LMP1, we've just been talking about that. It's Jakovic, it's Wisniewski, it's Johnson, that's Virez, Ragnar, Fida Ragnar and Vodbull. Down in your LMP2 class, it's Atlantic Motorsports Champion Racing and Magenta Warriors, piloted by Dylan Campbell and Holzkamp, respectively. LMGT, Sardina for Scuderia GT Italia leading the way, with Almeida and Revolution Racing in second place, with Pinto and Dark Racing in third. So got a swap for the lead for one of the first times we've seen so far down down in LMGT, as that Scuderia GT Italian machine is out ahead at the moment. Although we aren't sure what pit strategy they're on currently, because it has been a very successful lead by the Revolution Racing boys in LMGT for most of this one. Almeida has been in that car very strongly, leading by good margins all race, so we're expecting there's a pit stop in the way there somewhere.
I would imagine there is, definitely, with the... What's that now? We've still got at least, a good 40 odd minutes. Sorry, I'm struggling to count at the moment, you see, but with a good decent amount of running left in the race, you're going to imagine there is going to be a pit stop left in them. I know the GT cars aren't quite as fuel hungry. And in fact, no, that's actually probably the wrong way around. The P1s are probably much better on their fuel than the GT cars, so I would imagine there is going to be a pit stop at some point. It's just a case of when, and when can they do it to best place the advantage they've got.
That is very true, and we'll keep our eyes on how that one plays, of course, as Johnson hasn't really managed to hold on to the back of Wisniewski at the moment. Wisniewski has scored a lap down now, so only Djakovic on the lead lap, on his own. That's
It's
the sort of
lonely out
lead
in
you
front,
really
isn't
want.
it?
It's very lonely, and Djakovic and Team Vires, well, they've lapped the field in the duration of this race. That's definitely been a stellar performance from the boys in the Porsche.
It is. You know, you've got your main aspect in any race is to win it by the biggest possible margin. Of course, I know some people say, oh, you've got to win by the slowest margin, but, you know, that's just what I tell myself to make myself feel like I'm not going quite as slowly. In terms of an overall race, so the more distance you can put between yourself, if you do run into any troubles, which, as seen so far, seems to be a fairly clean run, and it means you've got that bit of an extra buffer, you can sort of breathe a little bit easier, just in case something does, and I will say inevitably, because this is endurance racing, anything does inevitably happen.
You're such a skeptic, Dan. I never thought you were quite so skeptical and cynical, perhaps, about motor racing, but not a bad attitude to have, of course, as we have about just over half an hour remaining on the play clock here, and things surprisingly quiet at Sepang. Whilst things are so quiet, Dan, what's your opinion on tracks designed by Hermann Tilke, just like the Sepang racing circuit?
Hermann Tilke does get... I will give Hermann Tilke his dues, because he does design some fantastic circuits which do provide some fantastic racing. The Abu Dhabi circuit, there are certain circuits, Sepang is definitely not one of them. I think there was a lot of character with the circuit, even in its sort of relatively short, less than 20-year lifespan. If we look at places like Abu Dhabi, they seem fantastic, you know, fantastic setups. For me personally, they feel very sterile, but that doesn't mean the circuit doesn't lack any driving technique, doesn't lack any challenge. They do drive fantastically. They are brilliant circuits. It's just, I think for a lot of people, because they replace more traditional circuit, or replaced more traditional circuits you might have commonly seen on the world stage. And it's like in any sport, where things do change. You get new riders and runners coming in, you get new venues, you get all sorts of different people, different things coming in. I think it's part and parcel of the change that we do see in any kind of sport, and I think we should embrace them. Saying that, they could be in some different places, but it's, you know, it's as I say, swings and roundabouts to things. What do you think, Rachel?
Well, that's all absolutely true. Otherwise, I do think they have lacked a little bit of character, perhaps, that we'd see in other circuits, but this Sepang circuit, of all of Hermann Tilke's tracks, I think is perhaps one of the better ones. It has its own dynamic flow, of course. Like a lot of those circuits, they are really designed for Formula 1 cars. This one exudes exactly that sort of feeling. It really doesn't do too well for multi-class racing, of course. As we mentioned, it's a very fast circuit where the high-speed cars with downforce can lap these fast, long corners very quickly. Whereas GT cars do struggle a lot more, so we see a bigger dichotomy of pace between the different classes, and that can perhaps sometimes make things a little rectastic, shall we say, but not quite as balanced, whereas you would go somewhere like Brands Hatch, or somewhere like perhaps, let's even throw Silverstone in there, or Hockenheim, and you'd have a bit more of a natural flow to the circuit in terms of lap time. We look at someone like Le Mans. Of course, a lot of the corners are slow speed corners, so all the cars having to slow down there, of course, whereas we don't see a significant, perhaps, a gap sometimes, and it makes the racing a little bit more exciting, apart from on the straights, where it's, of course, huge overspeed for the LMP cars, but I think the good balance for perhaps endurance racing, especially multi-class racing, Dan, is to have a lower gap between the different classes in terms of time difference. It makes it a bit more of a challenge, adds more strategy, adds more racecraft into the racing. So rather than it being a simple case of fly past people and ignore them, we get a bit more tactics thrown in.
See, I personally, Rachel, in real racing, I tend to disagree with that sentiment because I believe that with, as I mentioned earlier, the P3 cars, if you don't have enough of the difference between the classes, then it gets to the point where you end up battling with cars which are struggling to get past you on the straight, struggling to get past you on the corners, which then means that we can end up with a massive train of cars who are just there and can't really do anything about each other. It then presents a dangerous situation where no one can seemingly get past anyone, and if anyone can't get past anyone, it makes it much more difficult. I do agree, places like around here, I think is actually a brilliant example of how the different types of cars change. You know, watching stuff like these Sepang 12 hours, which was a couple of months ago, back in I believe October, watching the difference between GT3 cars, GT4 cars, between the touring cars they had here, there was enough difference in terms of power, which meant that it was easier for the cars to get past on the straights where the drivers are having to concentrate less and less around the corners. Of course, you know, they would go around the outside, up the inside, they would go 3 wide, and that's exciting. I do love seeing that because there is skill in doing that, but I don't believe situations where cars can't get past each other because they are so evenly matched, despite being different classes, it ends up, as you said, you end up with more contact there than you should do, purely because people are having to try harder to try and overtake each other. And that's why I think with stuff like with P2s getting much quicker, with P1s staying still the same, there's enough difference, and in fact a bigger gap for people to relax a little bit, not worry too much about it.
Certainly does, and we just had an interesting little discussion on the YouTube chat actually, just talking about perhaps this track not being as good for multi-class racing as other ones. A driver chimed up and said he really likes this track and how many different lines you can take into the corners and how easy it is to pass other cars. My question to him was, "You're a prototype driver, aren't you?" And his response, of course, was yes. This is one of those circuits where, yes, the prototypes can take multiple lines, but GT cars can't. And I'm a GT driver when it comes to endurance racing, so I know the pains of GT driving and not having the grip you happy chappies and the prototypes do. So there is a definite difference of perspective once you look at these circuits from different classes of cars and their particular perspectives in how they handle things. So, you know, the guys in the Corvettes and the Aston Martins down, and the Ferraris, of course, down in your LMGT class, having a very different race here to the prototype drivers, a much more difficult race, one might say. So,
Yeah.
always one of those things to consider.
Oh yeah, of course they do, and that's what I love about endurance racing. Is the fact is, for those people who know me quite well, is I'm a massive sort of fan of the GT3, GT4 kinds of racing stuff. So I'm quite used to seeing GT cars going around circuits, and it's, you know, I do love driving in GT cars. Personally, for me, I find it much, you know, it's much more to my driving style, as you mentioned, Rachel. And I love the fact that it becomes more technical. You know, as you say, you might not have the grip. It's more mechanical grip than it is aerodynamic grip, and that's what makes the driving much more technical. It makes it much more, for me personally, I feel it's more engaging because I'm having to think about what the car's telling me rather than just going, I'm going to put my foot flat to the floor. Not necessarily, of course, let's put this into perspective. Not everyone is going to experience this, but you know, some places prototypes will be able to take more speed much easier compared to a GT car. And for some people that's what they want because it works with their driving style. For me it doesn't, and I found that I like the engagement more. But that's what I think's brilliant about our sports in general, is the fact that we have such a range of different abilities. We have different abilities, we have different feelings, we like different things, but it's the nature of endurance racing, the nature of multi-class racing is you have different races going on, different people driving different races, and that's the important one, I think. And it's important to note as well, one thing can influence everything else. So it's,
It certainly does, and we'll have a quick look at, speaking of things influencing other things, we'll look at our lap times from our different class leaders at the moment, see who's catching who. And right now, Johnson on an outlap from the final pit stop. You know, they've already had that pit stop, so we haven't got them scored for a time, actually. That's unusual.
battle for fourth is getting quite close though.
It is. Fourth place is getting very close. That's Patty for Doug Henderson Racing with Simic Motorsports as Rado closing in from behind as Radio about a second a lap closer than Doug Henderson Racing number 2 car, Dan. That one's definitely picking up the pace, perhaps.
Yeah, it's getting much closer. They've got a lot of traffic between them, and of course Christian Michel as well in 6th place is catching exponentially up to this battle. So in a minute, this is going to be a three-way battle for P4. Patty Ham's got a very defensive line. You've got P2 cars in there, you've got P1 cars mixed in there, you've got the Nissans mixed in there. Everyone's trying to get out of each other's way, but this is just adding to the complexity of the battle.
Certainly is adding to the complexity of the battle. We've also got the battle for P3 down in your LMP2 field, and this is Seawolf Racing and Magenta Warriors, I believe, looking at their times. Holzkamp's just pitted, of course, and Mr. Tits is his name, from Seawolf Net Race Motorsport. What a fantastic name. Betty loves it. Holzkamp coming down towards the latter part of the circuit onto that alternate backstretch here. The secondary pits. No, it's not. I'm completely misreading it. He is in the middle section, actually, of the course. It's coming to the end of sector number 2. In fact, almost across this point on the corner will be sector number 3 kicking in. And it's a surprisingly quick run up here, sector 3 with a double apex right before leading onto that long final straight, should we call it, before the start-finish line down. A very unusual arrangement this, of course, for Sepang, that they have these two long straights with both having pit lanes. It's almost like a half an oval track.
Yeah, the massive long back straights, both of the straights, I think, is an indictment of the design of the circuit, but I think it does add to the characteristics of the circuit. You've got so much technical stuff. It's like when people say at Le Mans, you've got so much fast running stuff, but you've got a load of slow speed corners, medium speed corners. You're giving the drivers time to just switch off, have a quick breather, and relax ahead of the next tour. And I think critically as well, it helps those who may be not running as quickly. It does give them a key opportunity to try and let other people through as well, because of course doing that through the middle of a medium speed corner whilst you're focused on getting the car through yourself, if you're going to have to look in your mirrors as well, it lends more to potential mistakes happening as well. So
Certainly does lend to mistakes happening. We'll look down at our LMGT field and see what we have brewing in this one.
oh, 3-car battle for 4th place. They are nose to tail actually as well. Revezzo trying to look around the outside, going into the final corner. Less than half an hour to go. He runs quite deep. They're going to run side to side. Nearly contact made. In fact, look like a smidgen of a nudge there. Patty staying on driver's left, driver's right for Revezzo. He's got a Corvette in front of him. He's going to go right to him. It's almost 4 wide. Almost 4 wide for the battle in P1 coming into turn 1. Oh, a little bit of contact once again.
But much concerned, the Dodge Henderson racing car headed down pit road that time by, and it is as Rado on the side there of Patty as they go 2 wide through the first section of the track. And here's Michel. I don't think Michel is actually for position at the moment. Actually, no, they are
Yes,
all
he
for
is.
position. This is for 4th, 5th, 6th positions here. So Christian Michel has been one of the fastest cars on the track. And now it's Patty and Azredo still 2 wide there. 2 Audi R8s with the, I think it's a Porsche there for Christian Michel coming from behind. And Michel is catching them very quickly, Dan.
He is. He's doing more than catching them very quickly. He is right behind them. We've got the 3 Audis, in fact, for 4th, 5th and 6th place. Again, you've got lap traffic. You've got the 52 ahead of him. He's having to duck out of it. This is going to be brilliant for Patty. He wants a position back. All of a sudden, you can feel him breathing down your neck, saying, I'm coming for you. I am right behind him. Of course, these P1 cars, they've got monitors in them as well. He runs deep, though. Is Michel through? Yes, he is. Michel up into 5th place. That's what happens when you bide your time.
Certainly is. Christian Michel has been very fast. He's not had anyone to race for quite a while, but now he's got friends that are also 2 laps down. The battle is on here for a potential 4th place finish for Michel, who was trapped so many spots back after running so very well earlier on in this race. Nearly 20 minutes left on the play clock here at Sepang for round number 5 of the Virtual Endurance Championship. And Christian Michel on the charge now, having dispatched Patty. His next target will be Azredo in the 4th position, that number 19 Doug Henderson racing machine. Time to get this one moving, and we actually have got a battle, as you said, Dan. This is 3-way in the last moments of this race.
Again, you can't stop racing until the checkered flag drops. This is, you know, what everyone tells each other. And in any class, this is what's brilliant, is the fact that you're working around, as we saw just moments ago, working around the traffic to your advantage. Vezo, as we were saying just a couple of moments ago, in fact, 1 minute he was stuck behind one of the Corvettes, he had to go right, bit of contact, then Patty went through, Patty dropped back again, Michelle went through, he's now up into 5th place. And I think what's the key one's going to be for Vezo is the fact that these P1 cars, they've got monitors right by your eye line, you can see him. That even if you're looking in the mirror, you tend to sort of ignore it. You can see the fact he's there. He is breathing down his neck. The lights are ablaze. And you're thinking, but I can't shake this guy off. What am I going to do? It's so difficult for a driver to sit there and look as he's had to back off because he's got a GT car. The 4th place move it here. Michelle goes up driver's left-hand side. Just about makes a move. Yes, he does. Reaches the apex first. Up into 4th place. We weren't saying that just 2 laps ago.
It certainly weren't, and he's done just what he needs to do, and he's managed to make it through now. So Christian Michel up into the 4th spot.
He's running away with it.
And yes, he's
already.
pulling away dramatically already. So Michel definitely proving that he deserved to be the faster of those 3 cars, and he has definitely shown exactly that as they run down the second to final straight. Of course, these Audis and these Porsches handle these corners very much the same, so no real disadvantage in the corners per se. And they've cleared the GT traffic, so no problems. Christian Michel going to start pulling that car away. The gap already widening.
Well, we said it was widening just a moment ago, and all of a sudden, Aveso is closed back in once again. The ebb and the flow of the battle.
Actually, last time by, Christian Michel ran 1.1 seconds faster than the leader last lap. They are absolutely charging down.
They are absolutely charging. Even the last 20 minutes of the race, as you said just moments ago, they are pushing tooth and nail to try and get as much a position as you can. And I'll tell you what, Michel though isn't pulling his way as much as we thought he would be. He did in the last couple of sectors. He just kept his foot to the floor. He had absolute confidence in the car, in the tyres, everything. But all of a sudden, Ricardo Aveso has switched on once again. He does not want to get rid of 4th place without a fight, and of course that's the way we like to see it. That is sim racing.
It certainly is, and what a fantastic drive at the moment by Christian Michel. Definitely one worthy of wearing those Porsche factory colours, or very close to them at least, as he starts to move forwards in that 919.
Yeah, I believe
Cracking
he's running in
job.
an Audi, isn't he?
You know what? He is. I'm completely imagining it. It just makes me think it's a Porsche because I'm seeing the black and the white livery down.
Oh, so right, I was going to say, it could really confuse you, of course. You've got the red and the white car behind as well when they ran at Le Mans with the black, the white and the red.
It's very, very, very confusing for us all up here in the booth, as I'm not seeing the manufacturer listings in my timing and scoring sheet, so you'll have to forgive me, folks. But yeah, I better not offend them that I called them a Porsche.
I'll tell you what though, as we say, it doesn't matter what you're driving, it's incredibly close. Michel running just drivers left for at least half of the back straight there. He is trying to get Aveso as far away from him as possible. He's got a good run though, has Michel out of the final corner. He's got at least 2 or 3 of the GT cars ahead of him coming into Telmon. He goes up the inside. It's a bit of a speculative move. He can't quite reach the apex. Just manages to avoid the contact with the blue and red Corvette. The green and black one sensibly moves to driver's right hand side. He can see that it can only end in tears if he tries to maintain his line. As such, moves out of the way. However, coming through sector 1 into sector 2, the 90-degree right-hander uphill cresting at the apex. You're raising up just a significant amount. But this is the thing, is the fact you've got to drive these cars at the absolute limit. You've got to think the dirty air which is coming off the back of Michel's car, which is going to be playing havoc with the front end of car number 19, currently P4, or P5 now overall. And that's going to be handling a bit like a dumper truck, I'm afraid, because of the lack of front aerodynamics. And that's not going to stop him. He's still very close to him. And this is not one we are going to see settled until the exact last lap, until we see the checkered flag. Not for 1 second, Rachel.
Yes, it is indeed, and 16 minutes left on the clock, and well, it's far from done yet. In fact, what we're keeping our eyes on at the moment is Wisniewski and Johnson are getting closer. That gap is down to 14 seconds between second and third place, so we could have a swap on the podium.
We could indeed.
Johnson is really shifting. Last time by, Johnson put in... Let's have a quick look at this one. Last time by, Johnson put us in a 44.5. and Wisniewski at 43.5, so Wisniewski actually pulling away a little bit that time by, more perhaps than we expected. But the gap has come down somewhat. Are we going to see perhaps closing in that grouping? We'll have a quick look down at your LMP2 cars as well. And out front it is Philip Arcos for Atlantic Motorsports, where we expected to find them, of course, running 52s as our top three, themselves Champion Racing and Seawolf Net Race Motorsports. Down in LMGT, Scuderia GT Italia having a field day, 2:05 last time by. Revolution Racing doing 2 seconds a lap faster. Are we going to see a battle for the lead breaking out here?
These things will develop. We will certainly see as it's going to develop. The GT Italia car, I believe it's 91 in the lead laps class, as you say. I can see where Daniel Almeida is on circuit. He's just coming into sector 3, so he's coming around the double apex right hander, which brings you up towards sector 3. If we compare that, Sardina has just crossed the line.
Going to the first corner, yeah, Sardina's heading to the first corner, so they're
There's a sector
approximately
between
20 or 30 seconds apart. In fact, we look at the sector times, it's, okay, 50 seconds for sector 3, so that's quite a gap.
Yeah.
Is this a pit stop? Has Sardina pitted yet? Does Sardina need to pit? That is the question. Because we've seen that the car from Revolution Racing has been so fast all day, led the majority of this race. This is about a pit stop sort of gap. Has Sardina pitted? GT Italia, well known for going off strategy and making things interesting. Are they waiting until the last possible second to pit?
It'd be a risky strategy. I wouldn't have risked, as you say, if they're going for the risky strategy, by all means, try it. It's not one I'd certainly try and attempt. It's not my forte. But we can see that they're just, you've got to try it. You've got to push. You've got to try and make the best of the gaps. You've got to try and make the best of the run, the best of the circuit, the best of the traffic. And fair play to him. If he wants to run as long as he can, then, you know, if it works, it is a fantastic strategy. The only worry, as you say, is not necessarily the fuel, because fuel's not too bad. It could be running so long on the tyres without giving them that break. If you're not pitting in X amount of time, tyres are still getting warmer and warmer, as well as warmer and warmer. So it will be interesting to see. Yeah, well, I imagine they'll be wearing a similar sort of rate. It's more the fact if you're coming from a pit stop, you sat there for 30 seconds, they get the chance just to have a bit of a cool down. If you're still using them for such a long time, it then becomes a case of you could be pushing them beyond the heat cycles you expect to put in them.
That is very true, Dan. Of course, as keep our eyes on what's going on there. That's a battle we'll keep in our mind, and we'll see if we see any change from those guys. We do have a pit stop at the moment from 3 Wide Motorsports. That's Wallet on pit road in the number 9, and that is from the back end of your LMP1 field. 3 Wide Motorsports car scored currently a few laps down at the moment. They were running, of course this is 3 Wide that put the car on the pole, let's not forget. At the moment that car was on pole position at the start of this race, Dan, and of course a technical glitch, and they found themselves a lap or two down within 5 laps at the start of the race and suddenly out of contention. But to have brought their way back up ahead of the entire LMP2 field, that's a fair recovery.
It's an incredible recovery. These things happen, and you've got to be mindful, of course, that even if it happens early on in the race, you've still got 5 hours and however long they pulled out to try and do the best you can. And it doesn't matter if your race starts a little bit later, so what? You're just going to have to go out there and drive as hard as you can. Speaking of driving as hard as you can, guess what? It's about the 4th place overall again. My Michelle is currently coming into sector 1. They're 2 wide coming into the right hander. Avezo trying to go around the outside. The build up to the this race, there was a P2 car who Michelle got stuck effectively behind, trying to go through those long right hander before the back straight. Couldn't quite get through, couldn't quite go up the inside. It's meant Avezo could pull all the way back behind him again, and that beautiful gap that Christian had pulled out, well, it's gone. So with 10 minutes to go, the battle for 4th place is still on Michelle, keeping it on for now. Avezo, though, is all over the back of him.
Certainly is, as Radio is right on at the back of him as they are running now through the kind of middle of well, that's the start of sector 3 from what I recall, as they head to the double apex right hander here. swooping through, and well, Michelle hasn't pulled away as we expected they might. You're right, Dan. Azeredo coming back here in the end of this lap, or this run. Perhaps Michelle used too much of his tyres, catching these two they're racing with and getting past them, that now advantage just dropped back to Azeredo.
Exactly, we don't know how aggressive they're being on the fuel, on the tyres. Although big mistake there from Reverso, he ran quite deep on the exit of the final corner, which has meant he's lost a little bit of time. In the grand scheme of things, not significant, although it's just going to hamper him ever so slightly. But again, now we've got to think of the games, the psychological games. It's not a massive deterrent or anything, as you might think it is, but it's one of these things where you just think, but I've got a better exit out of this guy, I'm driving quicker than this guy, or I can see him, I'm all over his mirrors, he's got to be under the pressure. And just a move like that, he went from right to left again, just to spook one of the LMP2 cars to try and get out of the way. Seems to have successfully worked, but if you're watching the view that I was looking at, the fact that he was not struggling to get past, but you can see the pure speed difference in downforce, trying to go around the outside of the S-bend, you can see that P1 cars aren't having as good a time as you might expect all the way around the outside, which is again why I'm such an advocate of, you can see it only gets worse with GT cars, although I think in 6th place, Patty has run quite wide. In fact, is it just me, or is he seeming to miss his front bodywork? I believe so, actually.
I think he could be, actually. Patty could be in serious trouble.
He's had a serious sort of problematic 15 minutes or so. After, of course, that 3-0 battle they had not 10-15 minutes ago, he ran deep coming onto the back straight. He did have a trip into the gravel trap, and you can see he's much slower. He's letting a couple of the GT and P2 cars through, so I imagine he'll be destined for the pit lane. But in that car, he will be kicking himself. He's got less than 10 minutes to go. Damage like this happens, is what happens, even just a small lapse in concentration, and it can be nearly game over. And of course, it's all just about trying to keep it. If you're not in contention, or if you don't feel like you're pushing too hard, don't push the car, don't push yourself, because you still need to get to the end of the race.
Absolutely, and if you don't finish, you don't get to have the position in endurance racing or any race. But never is perhaps dialing it back to 80% or 90% more important than in endurance racing, Dan, where it's a long time and mistakes do happen, as we now have 8 minutes left of the clock and the battle's still not decided here for 4th place in LMP1. We're going to keep our cameras on this for now, because this is the exciting part of this one. We've got Christian Michel and Ricardo Azeredo racing now for 4th place overall. Yep, we've got nose to tail racing, and we've just nearly had 5 hours and 50 minutes of motor racing. These guys are still on it.
That's what's brilliant about this kind of racing. We look back to Le Mans back in 2009. It was 13 seconds between the Peugeots and the Audis. It was the first time in allegedly decades in which the tradition of waving the flags. In fact, is the circuit getting much drier? Is it just me, or is the circuit just getting darker and darker? Or am I just seeing things?
No, I think you might be seeing things. There's definitely been some rubbering up of the circuit throughout the race, but no real change in the last hour, at least, I could tell.
No, I was going to say, it was all of a sudden the track was trying to get darker and darker and darker. It's I must be going mental. Anyway, so as I was saying...
Also, Jimmy, just to kind of point this out, Hodgkinson and Milan are also very, very close for 8th and 9th as well. We'll have a quick look at those guys and see what they're up to. Running very similar lap times here, and they are there. Do you know the car ahead is Piazza, who is actually ahead of us 8th and 9th. Sorry, yes, it's Piazza and Hodgkinson, not Milan. They're right on top of each other here, and Hodgkinson from Doug Henderson Racing looking like he's going after that number 5 Scuderia GT Italia car, and well, he can rest easy that Hodgkinson's not driving a Nissan. He might be safe from Pizzo.
He might be safe indeed. However, Pizzo and Hodgkinson, as you say, they are getting incredibly dicey here, coming into the final corner. Barely a car length between the pair of them at the apex. Not even going to be that coming out of the final corner. They are absolutely nose to tail. It's not even key position in this race in terms of the 4th place battle we were talking about on the last lap. Anyone can have a battle at any time. You've just got to be able to stick it out. 5 hours and 50 odd minutes of this race done. It's still not settled. It won't be settled until the checkered flag. It probably won't be settled even on the last lap, I'm guessing.
That's all left to play for here still in the Virtual Endurance Championship. 6 minutes left on the clock. 6 minutes left to decide this one, and Niki Jakovic is... Oh, Wisniewski was close. Wisniewski was close on fuel. They did not stop for long enough. Oh no, they stopped a little too early. They thought they'd gone long enough to make their last fuel stop. They did not. They've just been too close. And it seems as though the boys from Feeder Ragnar Simulator didn't simulate their fuel numbers properly, because they've had to pit, and that moves Johnson and Vodbull Racing up to 2nd place overall. Change on the podium positions after this long in the race. But with 2 laps back to Christian Michel in 4th, it's looking like Wisniewski will keep the podium finish at least, so there is that. We'll keep our eyes on Hodgkinson and Pisa, though. This is really brewing up here, Dan.
It is, if you consider the fact, if he was in there for any longer, he's just come out of turn 3 now. Michel, though, coming through the first left-hander, that's coming at turn 2. The gap's not as large as you think it could be. Now, bearing this in mind, he's got to get his wick on, because if Wisniewski has a little mistake, he is going to be dragged back into that battle for 4th place. If he loses a podium in the last couple of laps, he will not be happy at all.
He will certainly not be, but we suspect he is back out on track now. He's dropped back by about 30 seconds. So it was a splash and dash for Wisniewski, but he is back on track now. And running again. So, of course, this one is going to filter out for us. Keep our eyes on Hodgkinson and Pisa. This one's still brewing very rapidly. As Rado's dropped back a little bit from Michel, the times have broken up a small amount.
Yes, it's as we say, I believe it could be down to the traffic that they're going through at the moment. As you see, or as I'm seeing anyway, there is at least 2 of the Chevrolets, which were quite close with each other. Of course, the reason Michel was so close in the first place just a little while ago was because he got an assistance thanks to the traffic going his way, and it's gone his way again seemingly. Avesdo dropping back a little bit, the gap now extending to about a second or so. Not a lot, but it's probably enough, touch wood, for Michel to keep 4th place. And as you say, James Johnson in 2nd place. He's got a significant barrier on Wisniewski now. And you've got to think...
Oh, Hodgkinson ran off the track. Hodgkinson ran wide and dropped a bunch of time to Pisa. So Hodgkinson not looking likely to catch 8th place Pisa at the moment, after basically parking it in the gravel for a few moments. So that battle is basically done, Dan.
It is.
Oh,
there was,
yeah.
I believe, yeah, you'll get my name in there somewhere, don't worry, Rachel. It's, what I believe's happened, actually, it's more significant than that. What happened in the slipstream of Pizzo, just trying to be a little bit advantageous, late on the brakes, realises as he gets to the apex, I'm not making this. Pizzo trying to turn left. There is contact, the front left of the 5 connects with the right rear of the 3. The 3 running deeper, can't do much more, especially with the
contact initiated once again by the 5 car. Stewards will definitely be taking a look, we think.
It was initiated by the 3 car because he went deeper, I believe. I'm not calling out blame to anyone. In fact, I would describe that one as a racing incident. He just misinterpreted how much braking force he had, went up the inside. 2 into 1 doesn't necessarily go, but of course, by the time you're committing into that type of tourney, you need to turn, especially at that sort of point. So these things happen, but the benefit is for Pizzo is he's managed to get a decent enough gap from him and Hodgkinson. And on Hodgkinson, we've got 3 minutes in this race left to go. Pizzo ran wide briefly. You can see him now, Hodgkinson. He's not going to be happy. He is going to be putting his foot as flat as he can go.
He certainly is, and we'll have to see whether we can catch him or not. We've got, I think, room for maybe 2 more laps left in this motor race, depending on how the clock will go. We'll have a look where Jakovic is. Jakovic, your current leader. Only car on the lead lap, of course, as he comes down now to... I believe we're at the back of the circuit here. Yes, we're heading up towards turn number... No, this is turn number 2 and 3. So we should have, I believe, 1 more lap after this one. So this will be second to last lap of the round number 5 here from Sepang International Raceway. Niki Jakovic has had a fantastic race, Dan. Absolutely flawless. Team Verez have done everything they needed to do.
Yeah, they've just stuck to the game plan. You know, you've got to stay out there, you've got to stay out as much out of trouble as you can. You know, use the traffic to your advantage and just keep it nice and calm. I've noticed something actually, and that's Wisniewski has dropped more time. Michelle has caught right, well not quite right up to the back of him, but they are on the same straight now. He's just turned into the left-handed hairpin, which goes uphill before you come up towards Sector 3. Michelle's turning through that now, so the gap has significantly dropped. It's not going to be enough, as you say. I think Jakovic is just crossing the Sector 3 timing line now with 362 minutes left. This is going to be the penultimate lap, I do believe. So not long enough for them to try and close up on each other, but if you think about it, it's going to be a what could have been, eh?
Certainly will be a what could have been in this motor race, as the guys will do what they can to filter through at this stage, and, well, we've had our moments, we've had some excitement, and, well, the thing is settling down now as 30 seconds left on the clock. As across the line, Jakovic will come. Last lap in the books. White flag has flown on round number 5 here at Sepang International Raceway in Malaysia. Team Perez have once more around this race circuit to go. The battle we had, of course, with Esredo and Michelle is pretty much over. The gap is there. We're not expecting it to be too significant at the moment. Of course, they're running behind your leader. This will be their last lap also. But that's basically the last battle we had in this field, Dan. Things are pretty quiet. We're waiting now for Jakovic to come round. He's had a fantastic race. Last time by for him was a 43.8, so still pushing even in these conditions, as he will go round the inside of Sardinia, the LMGT leader. So Scuderia GT Italia will get a win in the LMGT class. Fantastic run from those guys. Nicky Jakovic, though, doing everything he's needed to do along with Adam Taylor in that Team Vera's machine. Flawless race from those boys. Inheriting that one after the penalties finally sorted out in your LMP1 class. And drivers with penalties have made their pit stops from the start of the race. Team Vera's took over and they've been there ever since. Heading up now towards the back of the circuit. Dropping now onto the second to last straight. Nicky Jakovic has done everything. Round number 5 victory is just seconds away for that Team Vera's machine. Won't I feel awful if they plough off at this corner into the barriers? But they will not. Nicky Jakovic round that umbrella structure there and across the start finish line to win round number 5 with a flash of his headlights. Fantastic result from Nicky Jakovic. We'll have a quick look down now to your LMP2 category. Philip Arcos from Atlantic Motorsports also now running through sector number 3, and it's pretty much all done and dusted for him as well. Big gap back to second place. In fact, they'll finish possibly near one of their GT cousins, so we could see Atlantic Motorsports maybe formating for the end of this lap as they come up towards the final straight. So they're not passing GT cars that they might need to, as that is Vindic and also, I believe, Danilius. It looks like it's going to be a formation finish here for the Atlantic Motorsports guys, LMP2 and their GT car. Vindis and Philip Arcos will come around the final corner now. Not quite formation, but close enough. They're next to each other. It's good enough. Atlantic Motorsports come across with the win for LMP2. Fantastic final result for those guys. And down in your LMGT class, Soave from not as LMP2, I'm looking at the wrong car number. We'll eventually pick the right one. Sardinia from Scuderia GT Italia has just come across the line also. They have won their class. Well, the race is done. We're going to go across your final finishing positions in all your classes. LMP1, Nicky Jakovic takes the win for Team Veras with Vodball Racing in second and Feeder Ragnar Simulator in third place. Fourth place will go to Revolution Racing with SimHQ Motorsports in fifth. LMP2 is Atlantic Motorsports taking the win with Champion Racing and Seawolf Net Race Motorsports joining them on the podium. Magenta Warriors and Deltec Racing Team in fifth place. GTLM is Scuderia GT Italia leading the way with Revolution Racing in second. Third goes to Dark Racing. Fourth, Three Wide Motorsports. Fifth place, Flatline Racing. Well, Dan, a fantastic one we've seen tonight, and well, this track certainly has made things interesting for us with the multi-class racing, and well, we had some fantastic little battles.
Yeah, as ever, we've had some fantastic racing, and I think it's shown just how well and how talented these guys have battled away to show that we've had fairly little attrition throughout the course of the race. It's been a fantastic one to cover. I appreciate that Rachel, as ever, doing a stunning job with us. But yes, I've enjoyed the race.
It helps if I press the button to talk. Something I've been messing up for most of this evening, but it's been a fantastic race, and hopefully we'll get a chance to chat to some of the drivers in just a few moments' time. So give us a few moments, folks, and we'll be back with post-race interviews. Well, we'll have a last quick chat to a couple of drivers in this one before we wrap things up tonight, and we are joined by Adam Taylor and by Nicky Jakovic. Guys, fantastic run for Team Verez. Anything you'd like to say?
Yes, we're delighted with this. Finally, we achieved the perfect race that we've been chasing the whole time, and now we want to do it again. Lots of fun. Bravo to my teammate, very well driven.
It certainly was, and a fantastic race from you guys, of course, inheriting that lead after what was a very chaotic start with penalties and drivers having technical issues and other matters, but Team Verez not getting caught up in those problems in a fairly clean run after that.
Yeah, it was a really nice run. We at the start we knew that others had penalties, so we're just taking it easy, and then once we got some clear track, we're just pushing and trying to stay out of trouble as much as we could. It was really good.
It certainly was that, and well, congratulations to you guys winning for Team Verez in LMP1. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joined now by Lazaros Philippakos, I hope I didn't mispronounce your name, from Atlantic Motorsports. Lazaros, fantastic result down in LMP2, very quiet race for you guys.
Yeah, it was good at the start. We did have a good fight with Jake and Jans, and after the problems, it was pretty straightforward.
It certainly was, but a long race, great points in the bag for you guys. Looking towards the championship now.
Yeah, now it's difficult. The difficulty comes now. 12 hours Sebring at Le Mans, so that will be fun.
It certainly will be. In fact, I'm going to take a quick look at the standings LMP2, and you guys are currently sitting in third place, but the points aren't that big. In fact, no, you're sitting in probably in first after the points are all tallied up. So you lead the championship going into Sebring and into Le Mans. So, well, I should say Sebring, then into Lagos, then Le Mans. So things definitely looking in your favour. Are you confident?
At the moment, yes. It's feeling pretty nice.
Well, fantastic. Lazarus, thank you for joining us.
Anytime. Great progress, as always.
Thank you very much. And we'll go now to Dan Rusu from Scuderia GT Italia. Dan, your GT car certainly had a better race than your LMP1 machine. If Dan Rusu is actually here with us. turns out he's not. So unfortunately, we won't get a chance to chat to the Scuderia GT Italia Corvette driver of Dan Rusi, but we will wrap things up for tonight. It's been a fantastic round here, of course. You can join us in a month's time. I'm confused. No, he was in... Never mind. You can join us in a month's time as we head to Sebring for the 12 hours, and we will head off, and we'll see you in 4 weeks. 12 hours of Sebring will be the next round, race number 6. I've been Rachel Whiteford. I've been joined by Dan Marr, and also earlier Ryan Phyllis. So thank you very much for joining us, and good night.